Hey there! Tonight you're climbing aboard. Not a luxury cruise, not a pirate ship, just an ordinary 1600 vessel packed with salt-crusted timbers, questionable rations, and smells you'll never forget. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe. But only if it actually brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from, and what time it is right now. It's always strangely comforting to see who's out there drifting off to the same quiet story. So, dim the lights, let the creak of the hull settle in, and let's begin before the tide pulls away from shore. The first thing that hits you isn't the sea, it's the smell. A dense, sour stew of tar, fish, mildew, smoke, and humanity, boiled together under a low grey sky, and stirred by the creak of wet rope. That's your welcome. You've just stepped aboard a 17th century sailing vessel. You don't know it yet, but you've arrived in a self-contained world of creaking planks, shouted orders, and endless motion. And unless you've brought your own lemon tree, you're not leaving here healthy. In the 1600s, ships came in many forms: merchantmen, warships, slavers, fishing boats, exploratory vessels. Each had its quirks. But the conditions were universally, well, let's say intimate. Whether you signed up for adventure, for money, or were invited aboard at the end of a cudgel in a back alley near the docks. Life at sea did not care for your personal preferences. Let's imagine you've just arrived on a typical English merchant ship bound for the West Indies around the year 1630. She's about 100 feet long, made of oak, tarred with pitch, and decorated, if one is generous, with coils of rope, damp sails, and a general sense of impending dampness. Her name is likely something pious and misleading, like Providence or Good Hope, neither of which you'll feel much of in the coming weeks. There's no formal greeting ceremony, no warm handshakes. The ship's master, equivalent to a modern captain, might grunt in your direction. You'll be called boy, whether you're 12 or 40, and if you've never climbed a mast before, you'll soon wish you had. The deck is low, slick with salt spray, and cluttered with barrels, tackle, and men who already dislike you. Everyone's filthy. Everyone's armed with some form of knife, even if it's just for hardtack. And everyone is watching to see if you'll be the one to vomit first. The language of the sea is its own beast. Things have names that seem to mock their function. The floor is not the floor, it's the deck. The walls are bulkheads. The ceiling is the overhead. Ropes are called lines, except when they're not. And if someone tells you to belay something, don't argue. It's not a suggestion. The watch system begins the moment the anchor is up. Life aboard is measured in 4-hour chunks, day and night, in what are called watches. You'll be assigned to either the port or starboard watch, alternating duties every 4 hours. No one sleeps through the night. No one sleeps well. You'll learn to nap like a cat, with one eye open, always in uniform, always within shouting distance of a bell. Your duties begin before dawn. The bell rings 8 times. This is the sailor's clock. No minute hands, just bells. You'll be sent to swab the deck, not because it's dirty, but because the ship is made of wood, and if you don't keep it wet, it cracks. And then you sink. After that, you'll be ordered aloft to help with the rigging. The rigging is a charming web of ropes, pulleys, and death. You'll be told to climb the ratlines, rope ladders that sway 80 feet above the deck, and reef a sail. It is at this point that most landlubbers contemplate their life choices. You'll want to look competent. You'll want to be fast. But mostly, you'll want to not fall. Men do. Often. The sea doesn't return them. Back on deck, you'll meet the boatswain, or bosun, pronounced bosun, because sailors like to keep you guessing. He's in charge of the physical upkeep of the ship and the crew's discipline. He has a whistle and a habit of appearing just as you think you're done. The bosun's mates carry cat o' nine tails, a whip made of knotted rope ends used for correction. If you're lucky, it stays coiled. If you're not, you'll learn what naval justice feels like: hot, swift, and public. Let's pause for a moment and consider your uniform. That is to say, you have none. Sailors in the 1600s wore whatever they owned. That usually meant coarse linen shirts, loose breeches, a wool cap, and bare feet. Shoes were a hazard on wet decks. Socks were a luxury. Underwear, variable. You'll be wet constantly, either from sweat, seawater, or the rain that sneaks down your collar like an opportunistic eel. You'll stink, but that's fine. So will everyone else. At some point during your first day, you'll be offered food. That's a generous term. You'll be given ship's biscuit, also known as hardtack. It's a dense, flour-based puck that was baked until fossilised. You'll need to soak it in ale or water to soften it. Don't be surprised to find weevils. They're part of the experience. Alongside the biscuit, you might get a bit of salt pork or dried peas, depending on how recently the ship left port. Fresh food is a fond memory. Most things are preserved with salt, vinegar, or sheer optimism. You'll drink small beer, weak ale that won't poison you like water might. Water spoils quickly in barrels. Beer, thankfully, just tastes worse. The cook, affectionately called the slush, works in a galley that's more of a coffin with a fire hazard. Meals are doled out by the mess, usually 4 to 6 men sharing one bowl. Table manners are discouraged. As you chew your second biscuit of the day, you'll notice the ship is in constant motion. It rocks, it creaks, it groans. The sails snap overhead like distant thunder. Your legs learn to adjust, though not before your stomach gives up. Seasickness is a rite of passage. Some never recover. Below deck, things are even worse. The hold is cramped, dark, and thick with the smell of damp timber and human musery. If you're a lower-ranked sailor, you'll sleep in a hammock, strung just inches from your neighbour. There is no privacy. There is no quiet. There is only the sound of rats skittering and the groan of wood expanding and contracting. You may have brought a sea chest, a small wooden box to hold your few possessions. You may even have a knife, a bit of tobacco, or a spoon carved from bone. These will be the most valuable things you own, aside from your health. And that, unfortunately, is negotiable. Injuries are common. Broken fingers, splinters the size of knitting needles, cuts, burns, crushed toes. There is no real doctor, just a barber surgeon, whose tools include saws and brandy. An amputation might be performed with both. If you complain of illness, you might be accused of malingering. If you don't complain, you might die quietly. Either way, you'll likely be buried at sea, stitched into your hammock with a cannonball at your feet, and one final stitch through the nose to make sure you're really dead. During your first evening, you may be assigned to the night watch. You'll pace the deck in the dark, wrapped in a wool cloak, listening to the wind hum in the rigging. You'll shout out the hour, 4 bells and all's well, and pretend you believe it. The stars overhead are breathtaking, but you have little time for them. You're scanning for sails, fire, or signs of drift. The sea at night is both infinite and very small. It is blacker than ink and full of secrets. At some point, a shanty might break out. Work songs, not for fun, but for rhythm. Hauling sails, pumping bilges, hoisting barrels, these all require timing. And timing requires voices. The shanties are often dirty, sometimes funny, and always practical. By your 2nd or 3rd day aboard, you'll have learned a few things. Don't stand under the yards, unless you want a block to fall on your head. Don't cross the bosun. Don't step into the heads, the toilets, barefoot, ever. And don't, under any circumstances, question the captain. The captain is not your friend. He is lord, judge, and sometimes executioner. His word is law. If the articles of war are read aloud, and they will be, you'll notice they contain very few clauses about mercy. By the end of your first week, you'll have seen a man fall from the rigging. You'll have eaten something you can't identify. You'll have scrubbed the same patch of deck 17 times and wondered why it's still so slippery. You'll have developed a rolling gait, a kind of drunken stagger that prevents your knees from snapping with each sway of the deck. You'll have stopped noticing the smell. You might even begin to understand the rhythm of ship life, the language, the tools, the pecking order. But make no mistake, the ship has already changed you. You are now part of a floating ecosystem of rope, sweat, and salt. And it hasn't even rained yet. As night falls, the wind picks up, and the sails creak overhead like old bones. The sea is black, the stars cold. You lie in your hammock, rocking gently, the scent of pitch in your nose, and the faint scurry of rats above. Tomorrow you'll learn how to furl a topsail in a squall. But for now, you rest, sort of. Welcome aboard. The second morning aboard a 1600 ship greets you with a sound not unlike someone being strangled by a goat. It's the cook's voice, summoning you for breakfast. Though breakfast is a strong word, offering might be more accurate. You emerge from below decks, bleary-eyed, your nose already recoiling from a dozen competing scents. Tar, stale sweat, wet rope, and most offensively, the slop bubbling away in the ship's galley kettle. It's hard to believe anything could make you miss shore food, but here you are, longing for week-old bread from a tavern back alley. Meals on a 17th century ship weren't designed for delight. They were meant for survival, or at least for slow deterioration. The aim was not to thrive, but to not die too quickly. The average sailor needed around 3,000 calories per day due to the physical labour of running a ship. Unfortunately, few calories arrived in a form your body would call nutritious. Let's begin with the staple of the sailor's diet, ship's biscuit. Also called hardtack, this wasn't really bread. It was more of a baked tile made of flour, water, and sometimes salt, then baked until all signs of life, flavour, and moisture were gone. If it could snap a tooth, it was ready. Some sailors softened it in beer. Others simply gnawed patiently, like particularly determined beavers. And then there were the weevils, tiny beetle-like creatures that laid eggs in the flour long before the biscuit was made. They survived the baking process somehow. By the time you unwrapped your hardtack, it might have been crawling, gently, lazily, as if apologising. Some sailors picked them out. Others just closed their eyes and called it extra crunch. For protein, you had salt pork or salt beef, both of which had been cured months ago and tasted like they'd been punished for something. Stored in wooden barrels brimming with brine, the meat was tough, sinewy, and often streaked with fat. Sometimes it still had hairs. Sometimes it didn't. You tried not to think about it. Occasionally, when the weather was forgiving and the sea kind, the cook might throw in pea soup or peas porridge, a grey-green mush made of dried split peas, boiled into oblivion and flavoured with salt, smoke or silence. On bad days, the peas were undercooked. On worse days, they weren't peas. Fresh vegetables? Not unless you brought your own and ate them in the first 3 days. The ship had no refrigeration. Anything remotely green turned to mush within a week. After that, the only salad you encountered was mould blooming artfully across the top of old cheese. Fruit? Number. Not unless you count the occasional dried plum, which more often resembled a small wrinkled toe. Apples might make an appearance for the officers. You, however, would be lucky to spot a lemon before it dissolved into legend. And it's here that we must pause for our featured guest star, scurvy. Scurvy was the silent predator of every long voyage. Caused by a lack of vitamin C, it began invisibly. A bit of lethargy, some joint pain. Then came the swollen gums, the loose teeth, the bleeding under the skin. Wounds reopened. Old scars vanished. Hair fell out. And if you were lucky, you expired quietly in your hammock before the barber surgeon arrived with a saw. In the 1600s, the cause of scurvy wasn't widely understood. Some captains suspected diet. Others blamed sea air, salt water, or laziness. Remedies ranged from drinking vinegar to chewing tobacco to prayer. Only in the 18th century would citrus become standard issue. Until then, you just hoped your teeth lasted long enough to reach port. Drink, of course, was another matter. Water was stored in barrels, often stale and green within weeks. Stagnant water bred bacteria. Even desperate sailors often preferred small beer, a very weak ale with low alcohol content, just enough to keep the rot at bay. You drank a pint at breakfast, another with lunch, and a third at supper. This was not for pleasure. This was survival. Rum, gin, or wine were reserved for officers or special occasions. For the rest of the crew, it was warm beer in a wooden cup every day until the end of the voyage, or the end of you. As for the cook, he operated from a small, soot-blackened space known as the galley, usually housed in a brick firebox near the ship's centre. The fire had to be contained. A ship catching fire was a death sentence. The cook's tools included large kettles, iron pots, wooden ladles, and a kind of culinary courage best left unexamined. He was not expected to be creative. He was expected to keep the porridge from igniting and to not poison the crew in bulk. That was considered a good week. Meals were served twice daily, once mid-morning, once in late afternoon. No breakfast, no midnight snack. Each sailor belonged to a mess group, usually 4 to 6 men sharing a communal bowl and a sense of slow decline. Utensils were optional. Fingers were forever. There was no formal dining area. You ate where you could, leaning on a barrel, squatting beside a hatch, or perched on your hammock with your knees as a table. Food was cold by the time you reached it. It was also, as a rule, unseasoned, unless you counted the salt that soaked into everything from the air itself. If you were lucky, the purser, the man in charge of provisions, was honest. If you weren't, he sold the best bits on shore and left you with mouldy cheese and stories. Ration theft was common. So was the quiet swapping of rotten meat between barrels in hopes someone else would get it first. Officers, of course, fared better. The captain had his own meals, sometimes even fresh eggs, poultry or wine. His table had linens, cutlery, and occasionally vegetables. But for most sailors, the luxury was merely to eat without crunching something unexpected. Some tried to catch their own food. Lines were cast overboard in calmer waters. Fish, if caught, were fried, boiled, or simply eaten raw. Turtle was a favourite in tropical regions, boiled into soup or roasted whole. Flying fish sometimes landed on deck. These were gathered quickly and fried in grease, if there was any. Rats, too, were fair game. Lean and fast, they scavenged in the hold and were occasionally caught, cooked, and shared without complaint. Hunger, after all, is the best seasoning. And desperation is an excellent chef. You might wonder about spices. Didn't these ships often carry nutmeg, cinnamon, or cloves? Yes, but they weren't for you. The valuable spice cargo was locked up, guarded, and itemised. No sailor was going to waste a pinch of pepper on his boiled shoe leather beef. Now and then, things improved. When land was sighted or calm seas persisted, the captain might allow a special ration. A bit of dried fruit. A cup of stronger beer. Even though rarely, a hot pudding made of flour, suet, and raisins. These were fleeting comforts. You learned not to expect them. Holidays were an exception. Christmas might bring a double ration of meat. Easter meant a barrel of apples, assuming they hadn't dissolved into foam. These brief celebrations gave sailors a taste, literally, of the world they'd left behind. There was one more element in the sailor's diet that bears mention, though it was more tradition than nutrition: chewing tobacco. Not eaten, of course, but always present. The rhythmic chewing, the spitting, the scent. It was part of the atmosphere, and it helped cover the taste of other things. Food wasn't just sustenance, it was morale. A good meal lifted spirits. A bad one deepened despair. Most meals fell into the second category, and yet the body adjusted. Taste dulled, hunger redefined itself. Men ate without looking. They chewed without thinking. The stomach, like the sea, made its own rules. In the long hours between watches, sailors often talked about food. Not what they had, but what they missed. Roast lamb, fresh bread, spiced puddings, the warmth of a hearth. These memories kept them human. More than once, men cried into their biscuit not from hunger, but homesickness. Of course, the punishment for stealing someone else's ration was severe. Food fights were not comical. They were deadly serious. A man caught hoarding might be flogged or confined. In extreme cases, he might be hanged. Starving men are not forgiving. Even now, centuries later, ship's logs reveal these tiny dramas. A spoiled barrel of beef, a rat in the soup, a man caught siphoning ale. The documents are dry, clinical, but between the lines you can smell the rot. So, by the end of your second day at sea, you'll have learned a few culinary lessons. Chew slowly, very slowly. Don't ask what's in the stew. Salt is both flavour and curse. And always shake your biscuit first. You'll dream of oranges. You'll smell phantom loaves of bread. You'll wake up chewing on your sleeve. And when someone mentions the cook's surprise, you'll know to brace yourself. If you're hoping for a good night's sleep aboard a 1600 ship, you've rather misunderstood the arrangement. Rest comes not in soft beds with downy pillows, but in swaying canvas slings suspended over splintered planks, within arm's reach of 30 other exhausted men, several rats, and at least one man who snores like a cask rolling downhill. Welcome to the sailor's hammock. Let's begin with the fundamentals. In this floating world of ropes, salt, and noise, sleep is a privilege squeezed between labour and alarm bells. The standard sailor doesn't sleep the night through. He catches his rest in fragments, dictated by the watch system. 4 hours on duty, 4 hours off. That's assuming no storms, no emergencies, and no one vomiting on your boots. You are issued a canvas hammock, if you're lucky. It hangs from 2 sturdy hooks or beams between bulkheads, just wide enough to cradle your body, and just high enough to avoid the worst of the rats. The hammock serves many purposes. It keeps you from rolling across the deck in rough seas. It's marginally more comfortable than bare planks. And, as a bonus, it folds neatly away when you're not using it. Because really, who needs privacy? You climb into the hammock gingerly, one leg at a time, and lie back in what is best described as a damp cocoon. The ship rocks. So does the hammock. Sometimes in harmony. Sometimes not. When the sea is calm, the swaying is rhythmic, like being rocked to sleep by Poseidon himself. When it's stormy, it's more like being flung about in a canvas sling by an angry god with poor coordination. There is, of course, no mattress. Some men fashion makeshift padding from spare clothes or rags. Others simply accept the stiffness and dream of softness. A blanket, if you have one, is likely wool and smells like it hasn't been dry since the last time you were on land, which, depending on your voyage, could be months ago. Now, the space is intimate. In modern terms, you might call it claustrophobic. Sailors sleep mere inches apart, shoulder to shoulder, foot to head, breathing in each other's sweat and dreams. If your neighbour turns over violently, so do you. If he coughs, you catch it. If he talks in his sleep, well, you learn things. The air below decks is heavy. Not metaphorically, literally heavy with moisture, musk, and mildew. Ventilation is limited to small hatches, opened only in fair weather. In storms, everything is sealed. And in such cases, the smell ripens rapidly. Wood rot, wet wool, tar, and breath mingling in a sour fog. It clings to your skin, your clothes, your dreams. Rats are a common companion. They scurry overhead in the beams, dart along the hammocks, and occasionally drop in, uninvited, to share your warmth. Some sailors grow oddly fond of them, naming them, feeding them crumbs. Others view them as both pest and protein. Catching one could mean an extra bite of meat, assuming you're hungry enough, and don't ask too many questions. The noise is another matter. Above you, the ship groans. Wooden boards flexing under strain. Ropes creaking like old joints. The sea thuds against the hull. Sails snap. Footsteps echo. Voices call out muffled commands. And beneath it all, a low and constant hum. The breathing of dozens of men trying to forget where they are. One might think sailors would be too exhausted to care, and for the most part, you'd be right. Sleep, when it comes, is deep and immediate, but never uninterrupted. A sudden lurch of the ship, a cry of all hands on deck, a shift change bell. It all yanks you from your slumber and throws you into action, usually while trying to remember where your boots went. Some men sleep in their clothes. Most do. Not from laziness, but from necessity. Time is precious, and emergencies are frequent. There's little room for modesty when the ship is pitching violently, and your survival depends on being topside in 30 seconds or less. The lower decks, where hammocks are strung, double as cargo holds. You may be sleeping above a barrel of gunpowder, beside crates of spoiled apples, or directly over the bilge, the lowest part of the ship, where seawater, oil, and waste collect in a lovely oily soup. If you ever wake up with your hammock unusually damp, it's best not to ask why. Insects? Certainly. Fleas, lice, and the occasional beetle make their homes in seams of canvas, folds of clothing, and the folds of sailors. Scratching is a regular background noise. Some men shave their heads to combat the worst of it. Others simply live with the itch, adding it to the long list of things they no longer have time to resent. And let us not forget the emotional weight of sleep aboard ship. For many, the quiet hours were when fears crept in. Storms they are weathered, mates they'd lost, letters they couldn't send. The creaking of the ship often sounded like voices. Memories came stronger at sea. Regrets too. Superstition filled the gaps. It was said that dreaming of land meant death. Some sailors believed that if a rat left your hammock and didn't come back, it was an omen. Others whispered about ghost ships, dead men at the helm, and the souls of drowned sailors crawling back up the hull during storms. For a new sailor, the first few nights were often the worst. The body doesn't adapt easily to constant motion, to strange sounds, to the unfamiliar heat of too many people packed too tightly together. The brain rebels. You wake in confusion. Sometimes panic, sometimes nausea. And then, one morning, you wake to find you've slept. Truly slept. Despite the filth, the motion, the snoring, the stink. Your body, battered and sore, has surrendered. You've become a sailor now. You've joined the peculiar fraternity of men who can doze while the world tilts sideways and rats nibble on biscuits in the dark. You get used to things. The smell, the damp, the noise. You learn to tie off your hammock securely so it doesn't dump you unceremoniously onto the deck. You learn to sleep through shouting. You learn to sleep through storms. You learn to sleep standing up if you must. You also learn that your hammock is your coffin, not metaphorically. It is, quite literally, the cloth in which you'll be buried, should the sea decide it's your time. When a sailor dies, his hammock is stitched shut around him with sailmaker's thread. The final stitch, they say, goes through the nose to ensure he's really dead. A cannonball is sewn at the feet, and then, with a few words and a splash, he's gone. This grim tradition wasn't poetic. It was practical. No space for corpses. No embalming. The sea claims its own. There's something oddly comforting about it. The hammock that held you in sleep will cradle you into eternity. Unless, of course, the ship's short on hammocks, in which case you're simply rolled in canvas. Or failing that, dumped overboard with less ceremony than a dropped mop. Not every ship had enough hammocks. Some sailors slept directly on the deck, or on coils of rope, or against barrels in the hold. Hammocks were a luxury comparatively. Ships that could afford them, and the space to hang them, were considered well equipped. By now, perhaps, you've adjusted. You no longer flinch at the groan of timber in the dark. You can identify your messmates by the sound of their snoring. You've developed the sailor's sway. Even asleep, your body anticipates the ship's motion. You begin to forget what beds feel like, what dry linen smells like, what silence sounds like. Dreams come strange at sea, vivid, distorted, shaped by rocking and fatigue. Some sailors dreamed of falling endlessly. Others dreamed of food. Some dreamed of women they hadn't seen in years. Some, unsettlingly, dreamed of the sea itself. Endless, watching, whispering. And always, always you wake to the same world. The dim wooden beams overhead, the stink of damp canvas, and the knowledge that you're only halfway through the voyage. Yet for all this, sleep is precious. It's the one luxury the ship cannot ration, cannot replace. A man who doesn't sleep begins to lose himself. Fatigue dulls his instincts, weakens his grip, frays his temper. More sailors were lost to accidents born of exhaustion than to battle. So when your watch ends and the bell tolls and you sling your hammock for the night, it's not comfort you seek, it's survival. You wrap yourself in your blanket, tuck in your elbows, and let the motion of the ship lull you into the kind of sleep only the utterly worn down can know. The hammock creaks. A rat scuttles overhead. Someone coughs. Someone mutters a prayer. And for a few short hours, the world rocks you gently in its wooden cradle, suspended somewhere between rest and wreckage. If you thought going to sea meant a life of swashbuckling adventure and dramatic horizons, then you've fallen victim to the lies of every painting and pub song ever written. Real life aboard a 1600 ship was less about swordplay and more about scrubbing, and not just once, but forever. You see, the ship is always decaying. Always. It is made of wood, soaked in brine, filled with men, and held together by pitch, prayer, and the occasional nail. And so, your life is not about sailing grandly into distant ports. It is about doing chores. An endless rotating carousel of filthy, difficult, dangerous chores. And the first and most relentless of these? Swabbing the deck. Every morning without fail, and often at other times for good measure, the deck is swabbed. Not to keep it clean. Oh, heavens no. Cleanliness, in the domestic sense, is a forgotten dream. No, it's swabbed to prevent the wood from drying and cracking. A dry deck is a brittle deck, and a brittle deck becomes a broken one. So the deck is deliberately kept damp. You scrub it with salt water, sometimes with sand, sometimes on your knees. There's no mop as you might imagine. You might be given a swab, a clump of old rope tied to a stick, or just a brush, or even your hands. You work in silence, or to the rhythm of shouted orders, and should you fall behind, the bosun notices. He always does. Then there's scraping. Everything must be scraped. Rails, masts, beams. Sometimes to remove mould, sometimes barnacles, sometimes dried tar, and sometimes, just for the sake of something to do, the ship is like a child. If you stop paying attention to it, it starts misbehaving. Rust creeps in, pitch peels, sails rot. Scraping becomes meditation, a slow, rhythmic battle against decay. The rigging must be inspected constantly. The miles of rope that crisscross above your head are both lifeline and death trap. They hold the sails, control the masts, and bind the ship into a functioning whole. They must be taut, strong, and ready, which means you'll be climbing, often, up the ratlines, rope ladders that sway with the wind, higher still onto the yards, horizontal spars that hold the sails. Here, at dizzying heights, you will crawl along foot ropes no thicker than your wrist, balanced over the churning sea, to reef, furl, or unfurl the sails. The sails themselves are vast sheets of canvas, stiff with salt, heavy with moisture. When the wind changes, they must be adjusted. And you, unfortunate soul, must climb up into the sky to do so. There are no safety lines. Only your hands, your feet, and the unspoken knowledge that hesitation leads to gravity. Men fall, they always fall. Some are caught in the rigging. Others vanish into the sea. It happens silently, like a secret being kept. The rest of you keep working. Then there's the bilge. The bilge is where water, grease, rat droppings, vomit, and every sort of runoff collect. It must be pumped out manually using a bilge pump, a contraption resembling a large handle attached to a barrel-sized cylinder. Someone, usually you, is assigned to this. You pump. You sweat. The liquid sloshes out somewhere into the sea. You try not to look at it too closely. You definitely don't ask what's in it. Once a week, though it feels more often, you'll be asked to scrub your clothes, such as they are. This is usually done with seawater, ash, and violence. You scrub, rinse, wring, and hang them on the lines. Within minutes, they're soaked again. Clean is theoretical. You wash not to feel better, but to feel less worse. Every now and then, the crew performs a holy stone cleaning, so named, it is said, because sailors scrubbed the deck on their knees, as though in prayer. These were sandstone blocks, used to sand down the deck surface, keeping it smooth and free of splinters. A well-maintained deck meant fewer injuries. It also meant fewer excuses. Maintenance of the sails was its own ritual. The sailmaker's mate inspected each cloth square, patching holes, re-stitching seams, and sometimes replacing entire panels. Canvas was expensive. Repairs were done with sail needles the size of small daggers and twine soaked in tar. You might be assigned to assist, holding the cloth taut or threading the needle. You'd end the day with sore fingers, tar-black hands, and perhaps a few more curses in your vocabulary. Below decks, barrels must be turned to prevent spoiled goods. Powder must be checked for dampness. The guns, if the ship carries them, must be cleaned, swabbed, and reloaded. Even if there's no battle in sight, especially if there isn't. The captain does not care if your arms ache. He cares that the ship remains ready. In rough seas, bailing becomes a full-time job. Buckets are passed hand to hand. Water is thrown overboard. The line moves endlessly. Everyone participates. You learn to move rhythmically, to pass and tip without thinking. You hope the leak is small. You hope the wind turns. You keep bailing. Even the anchor is work. It's not simply dropped and hauled, like in a children's book. No, the anchor is massive, heavy, and must be winched in using a capstan, a vertical cylinder around which ropes are wound. Men walk in a circle, pushing bars to turn the capstan. It's exhausting, like turning the world's worst carousel. Sometimes it takes hours. You may be tasked with repairing ropes, called worming, parcelling and serving. You coat the line with tar, wrap it with old sailcloth, and wind it tightly with twine to protect it from wear. Every part of the ship, even its ropes, needs care like a temperamental child. Let us not forget the privy, charmingly called the heads. A plank with a hole, mounted precariously over the bow, often exposed to the elements. Sometimes you'll be ordered to clean it. With what, you may ask? Best not to. Just be grateful if it doesn't involve a brush and your own shirt. Even rest times involve work-adjacent activity. You must mend your own clothes, clean your boots, sharpen your knife. If you want to carve yourself a spoon or a dice set from bone, you'll need to do it between duties. Leisure, such as it is is just the absence of immediate danger. There are emergency drills, running out the guns, man overboard responses, storm preparations. Each is a rehearsal of disaster. Each reminds you just how quickly order becomes chaos. If you're unlucky enough to be on galley duty, you'll assist the cook. You'll chop, stir, and wash. You'll smell like meat fat for days. If you break anything, it's your back that pays the price. One mustn't forget sentry duty, standing still, scanning the horizon for ships, smoke, or anything unusual. You don't move. You don't talk. You squint into the sun and try not to nod off. And if you see something and don't raise the alarm quickly enough, you'll be scraping barnacles with your teeth. And there is caulking, that is, sealing the seams between planks with oakum, a mix of tarred fibres hammered in with mallets. The smell is strong, the work slow. You'll emerge sticky and sore, but at least the ship is a little less likely to sink. The punishment for shirking chores is swift. Flogging, extra duty, confinement. The bosun and his mates carry canes or knotted ropes, and their judgments are final. There's no union, no break room, no kindly manager. Eventually the work becomes habit. Your body moves on its own. You scrape the rail without being told. You haul rope without waiting. You know what comes next because it always comes next. The ship is a living thing, and you are one of its cells. Small, unimportant, but vital. The irony is that the more efficiently you do the chores, the more the ship asks of you. There is no finish line, no applause, only the next task. You're not building a future here, you're maintaining a moment. And still, there are quiet victories. A clean deck gleaming under moonlight. A well-furled sail that holds just right. A rope coiled perfectly in your hands. No one thanks you, but you feel it. A strange pride in keeping this groaning, leaking, miraculous thing afloat. You lie in your hammock after a full day of scraping, swabbing, coiling, patching, climbing, and pumping. Your arms feel like cooked ropes. Your back aches. Your hands are covered in pitch. But the ship creaks gently. She floats. She sails. She hasn't sunk today. You've done your part, for now. There comes a time, somewhere between your third salt beef ration and your seventh turn swabbing the deck, when you begin to wonder, what happens if someone refuses? What if a sailor says no to the endless work, the shouting bosun, the groaning ropes overhead? What happens if, one morning, he simply stops? The answer is swift, and usually painful. Discipline aboard a 1600 ship wasn't merely encouraged, it was the very scaffolding of survival. These were floating communities of upwards of 100 men confined in wood, salt, and stink. The captain did not rule by inspiration. He ruled by fear, by code, and by example. Order had to be enforced, and enforced absolutely. At the top of this hierarchy stood the Articles of War, the ship's legal spine. These weren't suggestions. They were strict rules, etched in ink and memorized under threat. Even in peacetime, they carried weight. Disobedience to the Articles was not just an inconvenience, it was an affront to the ship's entire function. Offences could be major or minor, but both were punished, vigorously. The most infamous punishment? That would be the flogging. Flogging was the universal remedy for insolence, laziness, theft, drunkenness, fighting, or failing to salute an officer correctly, or not at all. The standard instrument was the cat-o'-nine-tails, a whip made of 9 knotted cords, often dipped in brine for extra cheer. Its design was simple, maximum pain, minimal mess for the officers. When a man was flogged, the whole crew assembled. It was not a private affair. He was tied to the gratings, a square lattice of wood removed from the deck, or to the mast itself. Shirt off, back bare, no ceremony, just the boatswain's mate counting out lashes in a steady, unrelenting rhythm. 1 lash, 2, 20 if you were unlucky, 100 if you truly offended someone. Blood always followed, infection often followed that. Men who survived a flogging carried the scars like ship tattoos, raised, crisscrossed, and silent. Some captains were known for mercy. Others, well, they flayed with a fondness usually reserved for poetry. Of course, flogging wasn't the only punishment. There was keel hauling, though less common in the English Navy than tales suggest. It involved tying a sailor to a rope and dragging him beneath the ship's hull from one side to the other. The barnacles and sharp debris scraped skin from bone. If the man didn't drown, he often wished he had. It was as much a threat as an act, used to terrify more than to execute. Then there was ducking, a milder punishment in theory. The sailor would be tied and dropped repeatedly into the sea from the yardarm. If the sea was calm, it stung his pride more than his lungs. If the sea was rough, well, the ship recorded a man lost. Shackling was a quieter affair. Offenders were manacled in irons and locked in the brig, a crude space in the ship's hold, dark and wet, where the rats were larger than the rations. Food was bread and water. Light was occasional. Company was usually limited to one's own thoughts and the sounds of barrels shifting with the waves. For more creative captains, punishments took on local flavour. Men might be made to run the gauntlet, forced to walk between 2 lines of sailors, each armed with a rope or stick. You were not permitted to flinch, and you certainly weren't allowed to run. It was meant to teach humility, though it often inspired rage. There was the masthead punishment, where a man was ordered to sit atop the highest perch of the ship's mast for hours, exposed to wind, cold, and birds with strong opinions. He climbed up in shame and came down, eventually sunburnt, dizzy, and usually silent. Even silent treatments were formalised. You might be hazed, given the worst duties, ignored by your messmates, passed over for rations. No word, just isolation. On a ship, where companionship is the only comfort, this was its own brand of torment. But what earned you punishment in the first place? Let's start with the basics. Insubordination. Disagree with an officer? Backtalk? Slow to obey? That's a lash or 2. Or 10. Disobedience in the rigging. Failing to reef sails properly or hesitating on the lines was doubly dangerous. You endangered the ship. You endangered everyone. Punishment was immediate and physical. Theft was another serious offence. A stolen ration of rum, a piece of rope, a biscuit. It didn't matter. Stealing meant you distrusted the system. And if you were caught, it was often flogging, yes, but sometimes worse. Repeat offenders might be branded or marooned at the next opportunity. Drunkenness. Now that was tricky. Sailors were issued beer or watered-down spirits daily, but drinking beyond your ration, stealing another man's grog, or becoming too inebriated to work was unacceptable. The sea didn't wait for hangovers. You were expected to be reliably miserable, not merrily incapacitated. Fighting, common, but still punished. A scraped knuckle or broken nose earned you double watches, loss of rations, or time in the irons. Sometimes both parties were flogged, just to be fair. Blasphemy gambling, breaking curfew, striking a superior, or even whistling on deck, yes, really, all carried consequences. Whistling was thought to challenge the wind. Sailors were a superstitious bunch, and so were their officers. Then there were serious crimes. Mutiny, sabotage, desertion, murder. These were capital offences. There was no trial. The ship was the courtroom, the captain the judge. The sentence was often hanging. Sometimes at sea, sometimes in port, before an assembled crowd, as a reminder to all other sailors tempted to disobey. A sailor condemned to hang was given a final meal, usually as bland as all his others. He was led to the yardarm. A noose was placed around his neck, and after a brief prayer, or none at all, he was dropped. Not from a great height, just enough to break the neck if the executioner was merciful. If not, the sailor dangled, for minutes, kicking, eyes bulging, the wind indifferent. The body was left to sway for a while. Then it was cut down and buried at sea, or not, depending on the crime. It may surprise you that despite all this, discipline wasn't just about cruelty. It was, in its grim way, about stability. A ship could not function without order. In the chaos of the sea, with storms, enemies, disease, and dwindling supplies, the only constant was the chain of command. And if that chain was doubted, the whole vessel unravelled. Some captains, to their credit, governed with restraint. They used punishment sparingly, relying instead on respect, clear rules, and shared hardship. These were the rare ships where crews didn't mutiny, where work was hard but fair, and where flogging was rare enough to be remembered. Others wielded discipline like a cudgel. These were feared ships, bitter ships, and they tended not to last. There was also peer enforcement. The crew policed itself. A sailor who shirked, who lied, who endangered others, he was watched, whispered about, maybe jostled a little too hard on the ropes. The ship didn't tolerate weakness because the ship couldn't afford to, and sometimes punishments were informal. A boot to the ribs, a missing portion of soup, a nudge in the dark. These quiet corrections were never logged, but they happened. They were how sailors reminded each other. We all suffer together. Even so, not all punishments worked. Some men broke. Their minds slipped. Their eyes went distant. These were often removed from duty, or left behind at the next port. If they became violent, they might be confined. If they despaired too openly, they might be watched. If they went silent, well, most just waited. One could argue that the most effective punishment wasn't the lash, or the irons, or the noose. It was the ship itself. The sea, after all, is indifferent. It does not care for your tears or your bruises. It does not answer to reason. And neither does the ship. She groans, she creaks, she sails on. So when you next imagine life aboard a grand old vessel, and you picture laughter under sails, adventure in the spray, and camaraderie in song, do remember the reality. The salt-crusted back of a man tied to the mast, the hiss of the whip through the air, the silence of the crew watching, knowing it could be any of them next, and the ship, always, creaking above it all, unbothered. It's easy, from the comfort of dry land and warm blankets, to romanticize a storm at sea. The howling wind, the crashing waves, the heroic figure of a captain gripping the wheel with water in his beard and defiance in his eyes. But in truth, a storm aboard a 1600 ship was not a theatrical act of nature. It was a creeping, groaning, utterly indifferent threat that could sink you without ceremony or song. You did not battle a storm. You endured it. Or you didn't. The first sign of a storm was not always the sky. It might be a sudden shift in the air, a tension in the rigging, or the low hum of seasoned sailors falling abruptly quiet. Perhaps the clouds on the horizon turned the colour of bruised iron. Perhaps the sea darkened like a warning. And then, as if summoned by the stories your grandmother warned you not to believe, it arrived. The wind came first. Not a pleasant breeze, but a wild, bullying thing that slapped the sails and snarled through the rigging. Orders were barked. Reef the sails, secure the cargo, batten the hatches. You dropped everything because storms did not wait for you to finish your biscuit or lace your boots. There was no glamour in these preparations, just rope burns, bruised shins, and the terrible realization that the ship, your ship, was about to become the plaything of something infinitely stronger than it. The rain came next, in sheets so dense it blurred the line between sky and sea. Visibility vanished. Your hands slipped on every surface. You became soaked within seconds. The water was in your eyes, your ears, your sleeves, and eventually in your boots. There was no dryness, only wet and cold. And then the sea changed. It no longer rolled gently under the hull. It rose, folded, and twisted like a beast learning to stand. Waves towered above the deck, each one threatening to smash the ship like a toy dropped in a well. And between them, valleys deep enough to make your stomach lurch. The ship groaned, loudly. Creaks echoed through the hull as timbers flexed under pressure. You prayed, if not aloud, then in your marrow, that the wood held, that the caulking held, that everything someone had hammered and nailed and tied would somehow continue to resist nature's disinterest. And then came the real terror, losing control. In a storm, the wheel might as well be ornamental. Steering became guesswork. The wind chose your path. If you were lucky, the ship turned into the waves, slicing through them like a slow, stubborn fish. If you were unlucky, the ship broached, turned sideways, and was slapped repeatedly by water heavier than houses. The mast might snap. The sails might tear loose and whip themselves into knots. The rigging might collapse like a giant's failed knitting project. And you, clinging to whatever solid thing was closest, simply held on and hoped not to be flung into the grey beyond. Men fell, always, from masts, from the yardarms, across the deck. Some were caught, some weren't. A man washed overboard was, more often than not, considered lost. The idea of man overboard as a rescue protocol came much later. In the 1600s, the sea took who it liked, and the sea liked many. Drowning, you must understand, was not some abstract fear. It was daily, ordinary. You passed ships that had vanished just days before, reappearing as driftwood and bobbing crates. You heard stories of entire crews swallowed without a trace. You heard even more stories about near misses, which were somehow worse. To fall into the sea during a storm was a sentence. You were dressed in wool, leather, boots, everything heavy. You sank fast. There were no life jackets, no life rafts. And even if someone did see you vanish overboard, what could they do? Turn the ship around in the middle of a squall. Lower a boat into water that was practically vertical. Number you simply disappeared. But it wasn't always the storm itself that did the killing. Shipwreck was a slower kind of death. You might survive the wind. You might survive the waves. But if the ship struck rocks, or ran aground, or foundered on a hidden reef, then the real nightmare began. The hull cracked. Water rushed in. The bilge pumps, already overworked, couldn't keep up. Barrels floated loose and turned into missiles. Crates tumbled. Men scrambled for rope. Some screamed. Some laughed. Some prayed. And the ship began to sink. Not quickly like in stories, but groaning reluctantly, as if it hated to give up. What followed was chaos. There were few, if any, lifeboats, and if there were, they were likely lashed down, filled with cargo, or in worse shape than the ship. You might try to cling to debris, a door, a barrel, the empty frame of a chicken coop. But salt water was cold, and cold water is patient. Hypothermia did its work, while your legs thrashed and your lungs filled with the taste of rope, tar, and brine. Those who made it to shore, if there was shore, often arrived broken, bruised, starving, half mad from dehydration and shock. The sea may have spared them, but the land rarely welcomed them, especially if it was hostile or uninhabited or simply barren. And yet, you might ask, weren't sailors taught to swim? Not usually. In fact, many sailors in the 1600s couldn't swim at all. Some saw it as useless. If you fell in, you were gone anyway. Others believed swimming encouraged a man to leap into the sea to escape discipline. Better, they reasoned, to fear the water and avoid it entirely. A sailor might spend half his life upon the ocean and never once enter it willingly. Superstition played a part. The sea was alive, some said. It was a jealous god, always watching, always hungry. To know it too well was to tempt it. Sailors tossed coins into it for luck, spoke in hushed tones during storms, and never, ever whistled on deck. Whistling, they believed, challenged the wind, and the wind did not like to be mocked. Sometimes the storm wasn't even needed. Fog could doom a ship just as easily as thunder. A thick bank of mist rolling over the water, erasing stars and shorelines, could send a vessel into rocks or onto a sandbar with all the subtlety of a whisper. There'd be no wind, no rain, just a quiet impact. And then, very soon after, the splintering of wood and the sudden realization that the floor was rising fast. Other times, it was fire. A lantern knocked over, a candle burning low, a careless hand near the gunpowder. Fire on a ship was not something you fought. It was something you fled, if you could. One spark in the powder magazine, and the ship would be gone before the lookout could shout. And always, always, there was the storm in your memory. The one that didn't kill you, but came close. Every sailor had one. The wave that almost snapped the mast. The lightning that struck a fellow crewman and left him glowing blue and blind. The moment the sea rose over the deck, and you were sure it wouldn't come back down. You carried it with you. A reminder. A warning. Sailors didn't fear death. Not exactly. They feared the slow version. The freezing fingers. The floating drift. The final breath underwater. They feared the unknown beneath the keel. The things that thudded against the hull in the night. They feared the way the water looked when it was angry. And yet they returned. Again and again. For pay, for pride, for lack of other choices. Some said the fear faded. Others said it didn't. You just learned to walk with it. The captain, during storms, was not a man of magic. He could shout yes. He could order sails trimmed and helms adjusted. But he could not command the wind. He could not unmake the sea. He, too, had wet boots and a clenched jaw and silent prayers. Below deck, the carpenter checked for leaks. The sailmaker stitched desperately by lantern. The gunner made sure powder was dry. Every man had his job. No one had the luxury of panic. And in the eye of the storm, if you were lucky enough to pass through one, you saw something strange. Stillness. Absolute quiet. A circle of calm surrounded by destruction. The sky visible, the sea glassy. Men breathed again, just for a moment, and then the second wall of the storm hit, usually harder than the first. When, finally, the storm passed, and it did pass eventually, what remained was silence. Exhausted silence. Water dripping. Sails hanging in tatters. Bodies counted or not found. Hands shaking, eyes red, men sitting in puddles because standing was too much. And the ship sailed on. As long as it floated, it sailed, no matter the damage, no matter the grief. The sea offered no apologies, only the next horizon. So when you imagine life at sea, when you picture white sails against a blue sky, remember the storm, the real one. The one that didn't care about your stories, your courage, or your future. Remember the ropes stiff with ice, the sound of wood snapping, and the cold, cold pull of water over your ankles. And remember that, if you were there, you wouldn't last a day. It doesn't matter that the ship set off with barrels of food. It doesn't matter that the cook is technically a professional, or at least someone who once burned fewer things than others. On a 1600 ship, you are always hungry, not because there's nothing to eat, but because most of what's available is barely edible. And it begins, of course, with salt beef. Salt beef, a staple of maritime misery. Imagine, if you will, a slab of meat submerged in brine for so long it has taken on the texture of timber and the colour of regret. It is grey, fibrous, and astonishingly chewy. One sailor famously claimed that if you soaked it in water for a week, boiled it for a day, and beat it with a hammer, it might yield slightly. This beef, stored in casks, was preserved in salt so thick it could strip the lining from your mouth. It wasn't refrigerated, refrigeration being a few centuries away, so the meat relied entirely on salt and hoped to stay fresh. Spoilage was inevitable. If the barrel was opened and a green sheen greeted you, you scraped off the worst bits and hoped your portion had less worm in it than the last. Then there was hardtack, also known as ship's biscuit. It sounds charming, doesn't it? Biscuit. Warm. Inviting. It was not. Hardtack was a square or round slab of flour and water, baked until it could break teeth. It was not soft. It did not crumble, it clanged. You did not bite it, you soaked it in ale, tea, or soup, if you had any, until it gave up some resistance. Even then, it fought back. Hardtack also had passengers. Tiny wriggling ones. Weevils, to be precise. The biscuits were stored for months in damp, dark holds. The perfect habitat for insects. You quickly learned not to eat them in the dark. If you saw movement, you knocked the biscuit against the table to chase out the worst of them, and then you chewed on. No legs, no problem. As one cheerful sailor once said, probably mid-bite. Now let's visit the barrel of peas. Dried peas were a treasured vegetable on board, largely because they were one of the few vegetables that could survive the voyage. They were boiled into mush, often with salt beef or salt pork, and served as a grey-green paste that slid across your plate if the ship rocked too much. Pea soup was a common meal, if you could call it that. Its nutritional value was as uncertain as its flavour, which ranged from stale hay to barn water. Pork, when it was available, was just as salty as the beef, and sometimes even fattier. Occasionally you'd get lucky with a piece of tongue, though this came pickled and pink, and was mostly rubber. Fresh food, now that was the real dream. Fresh bread, fruit, or vegetables might be brought on board at port and consumed quickly before they rotted, or they might be given to officers, or accidentally dropped, or left out until mould claimed them. Either way, the moment of freshness was fleeting. Some ships had livestock, especially on longer voyages. Chickens were common, occasionally goats. These animals provided eggs, milk, or eventually became dinner. Of course, by the third week at sea, even the scrawniest hen began to look like a roast in the eyes of the crew. The real delicacy, though, was rat. Yes, rat. They were everywhere. In the hold, in the galley, in the bread casks, probably running over your feet as you slept. But every so often, a clever sailor caught one, with a trap or a boot or sheer desperation, and if the hunger was bad enough, and it often was, that rat went into the pot, roasted over flame, boiled in stew, described optimistically as tasting like rabbit. You'd eat it and you'd be thankful. The rat, after all, had been eating the same ship's biscuits you had. Then there was the drink. Water, ideally, would be stored in barrels. But stored water, over weeks or months, went stagnant. It grew thick. Sometimes green. Sometimes sludgy. It developed its own smell and personality. You could filter it through a cloth, if you had one. Or you drank quickly and tried not to think about it. To make things slightly better, sailors were issued beer or grog, that famous mixture of rum, water, and occasionally lime juice or sugar, if the ship was very generous. Grog didn't just mask the taste of the water, it made you care a bit less about it. Rum, for many, was medicine, morale booster, and warm blanket all at once. Of course, too much grog made for drunkenness, and drunkenness led to accidents, fights, and punishments. But a measured ration of alcohol was considered essential. Not just tradition, survival. Sometimes the cook got creative. Bits of biscuit, salted meat, dried peas and pork fat, all boiled into a glorious slop called lobscouse, or burgoo, or whatever the local dialect favoured. You ate it with a wooden spoon, or your fingers. It filled the stomach. It silenced the complaints. For a while. Cooking itself was done in a small area known as the galley, using a brick hearth and an iron pot suspended from chains. The cook worked under constant motion. Flames flickering, pot swinging, soup sloshing. Burnt food was common. Burnt fingers, even more so. The galley also bore the smells of the entire voyage: smoke, fish, old fat, and mildew. It was a warm spot, but not a comforting one. You might linger near it for heat, but not for pleasure. Now let us pause and consider scurvy. A lack of fresh fruit and vegetables meant a lack of vitamin C, though no one knew that's what it was yet. Instead, sailors knew that after weeks at sea, your gums would swell, your teeth would loosen, and your skin would spot. Your legs would ache, your breath would sour. Eventually, you'd collapse, and maybe die. Scurvy was the slow punishment for culinary monotony. It didn't hurt right away, but it came for you, quietly. And unless you made port soon, or got your hands on citrus, it didn't leave. In the better navies, small allowances of lemon or lime juice were eventually introduced. But this was rare, and came far too late for most sailors of the 1600s. You may be wondering at this point whether any joy could be found in eating, and the answer is occasionally. On Sunday, if the captain permitted, rations were served hot. The pot simmered, the biscuit softened. Perhaps a bit of molasses had snuck aboard. Men grumbled a little less. They told stories. they swallowed slowly. If the ship caught a fish, there might be a shared meal, grilled haphazardly, devoured without ceremony. If someone smuggled spices aboard, a clove of garlic, a scrap of pepper, it was considered treasure. Every now and then, someone would bake a sort of pudding from flour, suet, and raisins, if any had survived the humidity. These were rare treats, usually served to officers. But the scent would drift down through the ship, making you briefly forget about the weevils. And if all else failed, there was always tobacco. You smoked it, chewed it, traded it. It dulled the appetite, masked the smells, and reminded you of land. So, what did you do when your stomach churned and your biscuit crawled? You ate anyway. Because hunger was worse than weevils. Because chewing was better than starvation. Because one bite of something terrible was still more than nothing. You learned not to complain. Or if you did complain, you did it with humour. You named the rat. You played dice over who got the soft part of the pork. You toasted the ship's cook as his greasiness. Eventually you adjusted. Your teeth toughened. Your standards lowered. You ate in rhythm with the waves, without pausing, because hesitation meant you might think about what was actually in your mouth. And when the voyage ended, and you returned to shore, boots squelching, stomach growling, you might dream of real food, warm bread, fresh fish, a pear, soft and sweet and free of worms. But the oddest thing? Part of you would miss the hardtack. Not because it tasted good, but because it was part of life. Part of the sea. Part of you. A sailor eats what he's given. He chews. He swallows. He carries on. And he tries not to think too hard about the crunch. Let us suppose, just for a moment, that you have survived your day. You've reefed sails in gale winds, swallowed rat-flavoured stew, dodged a boatswain's lash, and avoided falling overboard. The sun has finally slunk beneath the horizon, the wind has slowed, and the sea mumbles quietly beneath the hull. You are, quite understandably, exhausted. Now, how, you might wonder, does a sailor sleep? The answer is, not very well. First, forget the idea of a bed. There is no mattress, no feather pillow, no warm quilt embroidered with roses and lined with lavender sachets. You sleep in a hammock, if you're lucky enough to be issued one, slung between two beams below deck, packed alongside 50 or more men who all smell like rope, sweat, brine, and slightly warm pork fat. The hammock itself is made of canvas, stiff and unyielding. Strung up with cords you tied yourself, it sways gently with the movement of the ship, which, depending on the weather, may be soothing or violently nauseating. If the ship rolls too much, you sway like a pendulum, and if it rolls a lot, you may be dumped out entirely. These hammocks were not just for comfort, they were designed for safety. A man lying on the deck could be flung across the ship when the seas pitched. A hammock, suspended, swung with the ship's rhythm and kept you from becoming a projectile. Most of the time. The space between hammocks was minimal, a few feet at best, often less. The man beside you snored. The man above you dropped crumbs. The man below you muttered to himself in his sleep. You learned to roll away from the foulest smells and ignore the sounds of flatulence echoing in canvas. There were no sheets, blankets perhaps, if you were fortunate. More often, your coat served double duty. The cold seeped through the hull. Dampness lingered in everything. The sea found its way into every fibre of fabric, leaving a lingering scent of mildew and salt that never quite went away. There was no privacy. None. The only place you could be alone was inside your own mind, and even that was sometimes a shared space, thanks to lice, fleas, and the occasional rat dropping from the beams above. You didn't sleep on your own schedule. Sleep came in watches, fixed periods divided throughout the day and night. The naval day was split into 6 4-hour watches. Sailors worked in rotating shifts. 4 hours on duty, 4 off, or 6 and 6, depending on the ship's needs, which meant you rarely got more than a few hours of rest at a time. And just as you were beginning to drift, perhaps even dreaming of home, a bell would ring. A voice would bellow, "It was your turn again." Back on deck, back into the wind. You left the hammock swinging and the warmth behind you, if there had been any to begin with. The routine was relentless. Your body ached, your mind dulled, your eyelids felt weighted with bricks. But you rose, because the alternative, being caught abed during your watch, meant punishment. Or worse, putting your fellow sailors at risk. The ship had no patience for oversleepers. Some men learned to sleep anywhere, against barrels, under the stairs, curled in corners with their heads propped on rope coils. They napped in bursts, 10 minutes here, half an hour there, stolen whenever they could. The noise was constant, creaking wood, squealing rope, the endless murmur of the sea. Footsteps above, rats below, men talking in hushed tones, a bosun snoring like a bear with a chest cold. Occasionally someone shouted out in their sleep, dreams of drowning, or home, or the crack of a whip. Sometimes the ship leaked. Water would drip from the ceiling or ooze from the seams of the hull. You might wake to a damp shoulder or a soggy foot. You might wake to find your hammock half submerged in a puddle of brackish water that no one could trace. And yet, amidst all this, men did sleep. They had to. Somehow. They dreamed too. Of land. Of food. Of warm arms and still rooms. But also of falling. Of storms. Of dark shapes beneath the water. Dreams were vivid at sea. Perhaps it was the exhaustion. Perhaps the sway of the ship. Perhaps the sense that death was always close, just a breath away, just a plank's width below. The officers fared a bit better. Midshipmen and lieutenants might have cabins, small, cramped, but with actual beds, wooden cots or bunks with thin mattresses, curtains drawn, a candle flickering. But even they were not immune to noise or interruption. The ship didn't respect rank when it groaned or tilted. The captain, of course, had the best sleeping arrangements. A private cabin, a real bed with linens, perhaps a chair, a table, even a chest of drawers. But his responsibilities didn't pause. A storm meant he was on deck. A skirmish meant he was roused from rest. A fire, a death, a mutiny. All things that turned sleep to fiction. If you were ill, you might be allowed to rest longer. The sick bay, if the ship had one, was little more than a corner with a cot and a bucket. The surgeon might toss you an opiate or bleed you for good measure, but otherwise you lay there, listening to the ship breathe around you. And if you were dying, well, you didn't need much sleep after that. The curious thing is how adaptable sailors became. After weeks at sea, you no longer noticed the sway. The damp became normal. The noise became background. You learned to nap in storms. You slept through shouting. You learned, most of all, not to expect comfort. Sometimes, sleep was your only escape, your only real privacy. A place where the sky was still, the food was warm, and the ship was quiet. A fiction, of course, but a comforting one. In winter, Sleep meant curling up in every layer you owned, your breath visible in the darkness. In summer, it meant sweating through the night, swatting at insects, tossing restlessly in a hammock that stuck to your skin. Occasionally, a man would fall from his hammock in the night. The ship would lurch, the cords would snap. He would tumble to the deck with a thud and a curse, and everyone would laugh, until it was their turn. And then there were the night watches. If it was your turn to stay awake, you paced the deck. You watched the stars. You listened to the ship groan and hiss. You carried a lantern, checked the sails, whispered greetings to the next man in the line. The sea by night was black and endless, the wind colder, the silence deeper. And when your watch ended and you returned below, feet sore, eyes raw, face kissed by salt, you slid back into your swinging canvas cocoon. You wrapped your coat around your head to block out the world, and you slept, badly, briefly, but you slept, because tomorrow would come, and the sea would not care if you'd had enough rest. A few men developed odd sleep rituals. One sailor always whispered a prayer in Portuguese before curling into his hammock, even though he was from Yorkshire. Another chewed on a bit of rope to calm his nerves. Another carried a wooden carving of a cat tied to his belt, claiming it kept nightmares away. None of these worked, of course, but no one dared interfere. Sleep, however superstitiously pursued, was sacred. Even the ship's cat, if there was one, slept better than you. It nestled in coils of rope, curled against barrels, and seemed utterly immune to the ship's lurching. It was said that if the cat refused to sleep, a storm was coming. And then there was the smell. Below decks, the air was always thick, with sweat, unwashed clothes, drying boots, damp wool, old meat, and the heavy tang of tar. Breathing was part endurance, part resignation. Some sailors rubbed mint leaves on their collars if they could get them in port. Others smoked clay pipes to numb their noses. But the smell clung. It got into your hair, into your skin, into your dreams. You might ask, did they ever sleep on deck, under the stars? Sometimes, yes. On warm nights, in calm waters, if the captain permitted it. Men lay in bundles of sailcloth or stretched out under the sky, lulled by the gentle slap of water and the rare silence of windless air. But even then, you were never entirely relaxed. The ocean was vast, the horizon dark. You knew that below you stretched a depth that could swallow ships whole. The stars glittered, yes, but they offered no comfort, only distance. So, in your hammock, surrounded by strangers and salt and the ceaseless rhythm of a wooden world, you learned to sleep like a sailor. Not deeply, not peacefully, but just enough to rise again. And when the bell rang, and boots hit the deck, and the sails creaked overhead, you did what sailors have always done. You rubbed your eyes. You cursed the cold. And you got back to work. Let's say, purely hypothetically, that your hammock betrayed you in the night. You rolled a bit too far, the rope snapped, and you tumbled headfirst into the hard oak deck below. Now your ankle is swelling to the size of a cannonball. Your head is ringing like a church bell, and you're fairly certain something important inside your body is now somewhere it doesn't belong. Congratulations. You're about to experience 17th century naval medicine. Step 1. Find a surgeon. He may be asleep, he may be drunk, he may be both, but eventually he'll appear, usually in a stained apron, smelling faintly of tobacco, brine, and something unidentifiably medicinal. If you're lucky, he's sober and competent, If not, he's still all you've got. You see, medical care at sea in the 1600s wasn't so much about healing as it was about surviving just long enough to get back to shore. Most ships had a designated surgeon, though some were little more than ambitious barbers with a strong stomach and a sharp knife. Indeed, many naval surgeons came from the barber-surgeon tradition, a curious blending of hair-cutting and limb-lopping that emerged in medieval Europe. The same man who could give you a decent shave might also saw off your leg. A truly versatile profession, if not a reassuring one. The ship's sick bay, more generously referred to as the sick berth, was rarely more than a corner of the lower deck. Perhaps partitioned by canvas, perhaps not. It was damp, dark, and smelled strongly of despair. Privacy was non-existent. So was sanitation. If you arrived with a fever, you were bundled into a hammock and left to sweat it out. If you had lice, they were ignored. If you had the pox, well, you'd be lucky if anyone came near you at all. For minor ailments, cuts, bruises, headaches, you might be treated with a poultice made of mustard, vinegar, or even goose fat. If you were vomiting, you'd be told to drink a mug of warm tar water, or better yet, to stop being dramatic. The tools of the trade were both impressive and unsettling. There was the amputation saw, large, serrated, and terrifying. The bone forceps, which looked like something out of a torture chamber. The lancet, a small sharp blade used for bloodletting. And the ever-popular cautery iron, heated until it glowed red, and then applied to wounds to seal them shut. With a hiss and a scream, of course. Pain relief, if any, came in the form of rum, opium, or a blow to the head. In many cases, men were simply told to bite down on a bit of rope and pray for unconsciousness. One of the most common procedures on a ship was the amputation. Arms, legs, toes. All were liable to be lost to infection, frostbite, or accidents involving cannon, rope, or poorly aimed knives. There were no anaesthetics. The procedure was done as quickly as possible, ideally within 90 seconds. The limb was sawed off, the bleeding stopped with hot irons or tight ligatures, and the stump bandaged with whatever cloth was nearest. If you survived the operation, the danger had only just begun. Infection was almost guaranteed. The concept of germs wouldn't exist for another 2 centuries. Instruments were rarely cleaned. Hands were wiped on aprons. Wounds were packed with moss, spiderwebs, or stale bread, all believed at various points to promote healing. Still, some men lived. Some even returned to duty, peg-legged and proud. Others did not. For stomach complaints, and there were many, sailors were treated with mixtures of mercury, rhubarb, senna, or turpentine. Yes, turpentine. A few drops on sugar might be given to cleanse the bowels. The cure was often worse than the illness. And let us not forget scurvy, the dreaded affliction of long voyages. Caused by a lack of vitamin C, though no one knew that, scurvy brought swollen gums, loose teeth, bleeding under the skin, and a general desire to lie down and never get up again. The solution, unknown to most sailors, was citrus. Lemons and limes were effective, but difficult to store, and often reserved for officers. Some believed sauerkraut helped. Others insisted on vinegar or beer. None of these truly worked, though they gave hope. Worse still were the fevers. Typhus, dysentery, malaria, and other unnamed plagues that swept through ships like reapers in search of new recruits. Outbreaks could claim a quarter of the crew before the ship reached port. Bodies were stitched into canvas and slid into the sea with a brief prayer and fewer tears. Occasionally, strange treatments emerged from desperation. Bleeding was believed to balance the humours, so veins were opened with a lancet and blood let into a bowl. Sailors were bled for headaches, fevers, rashes, bad tempers, or simply because it was Tuesday. Purging was also popular. If something was wrong with you, the logic went, perhaps it needed to come out violently, either from the front or the rear. Enemas, laxatives, vomit-inducing concoctions, all were fair game. On the flip side, if you were too cold in humoral terms, you were wrapped in hot blankets and baked by the fire. If you were too hot, you were doused with seawater or shaved entirely. A sort of nautical spa treatment, if you squinted hard enough. The mental health of sailors was rarely considered. Men who wept or screamed in their sleep were thought to be weak, or worse, cursed. Depression was met with scorn. Anxiety was dismissed. Delirium was treated with cold water and shouted orders. Only when a man became completely unmanageable, violent, incoherent, or suicidal would he be restrained. And then only long enough to determine whether he was mad or malingering. Then there were venereal diseases, the sailor's most faithful companion after rum. On returning from port, many men carried back more than memories. Sores, rashes, and other unpleasant symptoms were common. Treatments included mercury rubs, hot irons, or simply being left to suffer. Mercury, by the way, was believed to sweat the disease out of you. It didn't. It merely poisoned you, slowly and thoroughly. The surgeon, meanwhile, kept records of who died, who recovered, and who simply disappeared. His log was a grim document, filled with notes like, amputated left leg, died of fever, or bled twice, condition unchanged, or in rare moments of optimism, gave tea and rest. Improved surgeons sometimes had assistants, known as loblolly boys. Named for the bland gruel they served to the sick, these young lads helped mix medicines, clean tools, though rarely thoroughly, and hold down writhing patients during procedures. It was not a glamorous apprenticeship, but it was one path to learning the trade. And while it all sounds barbaric, and it often was, it's worth noting that some ship surgeons were truly skilled. They had experience from the battlefield, from hospitals, from 100 voyages. They stitched wounds closed in a storm. They delivered babies on rolling decks. They saved lives with hands scarred from saving others. But even they were working in the dark, without germ theory, without antibiotics, without anesthesia. Every success was half luck. Every death half expected. It's little wonder that many sailors turned to folk remedies and superstition. A charm tied around the wrist, a coin under the tongue, a prayer to St. Elmo. Some believed a bit of tar on the chest could keep away illness. Others swore by garlic, or onion poultices, or the company of a ship's cat. In the end, your best medicine was a strong constitution, a bit of rum, and an ability to laugh through the pain. That, and not drawing the surgeon's attention unless absolutely necessary. Because once he came toward you, saw in hand and grim smile on his face, you began to understand that on a 1600 ship, recovery was optional. And if you did survive your surgery, your fever, your fall from the rigging, well, you got a pat on the back, a weak bowl of broth, and were expected back on duty the next morning. After all, the wind waits for no man, and neither does the sea. The sky lightens, the sea stills. A shout echoes from the crow's nest, a sound like disbelief and wonder, as if the lookout had glimpsed the gates of heaven itself. Land. After weeks, months, perhaps even a year at sea, the outline of land on the horizon looks more like a dream than geography. Trees, roofs, birds that don't circle aimlessly over water. You blink into the sun. You rub your eyes. And still, it's there, landfall. It means the journey is over. Or almost over. For the sailor of the 1600s, this was a moment tinged not only with relief, but with anxiety. What exactly waited on shore? Loved ones? Pay? Or plague, prison, and punishment? The ship does not dock like a gentle horse returning to its stable. It anchors offshore, waiting for tides, orders, or inspections. A flurry of activity begins. Sails lowered, decks scrubbed, flags hoisted. Men stand straighter, as if their sweat-stained shirts and missing teeth might be overlooked by harbour officials. The captain, once distant and godlike, now steps forward, cloaked in authority. He speaks to the harbour master, negotiates cargo, delivers manifests. He may be greeted with cheers or frowns, depending on his reputation, and whether he returns with gold or a ship full of sick men. As a common sailor, you wait. You do not disembark immediately. First, the ship must be inspected, perhaps by port health officers who check for disease, perhaps by tax collectors who ensure no precious cargo goes unreported. Sometimes you're not allowed to leave at all. If you're in foreign waters or under suspicion, you may be confined to the ship for days. The land so close you can smell it. Roasted meats, flowers, even horse dung, but still out of reach. And when at last your boots strike solid ground, it doesn't feel right. The earth sways. You feel the phantom roll of the ship beneath your feet, as if the land itself is trying to toss you back to sea. This sailors called sea legs. It could last hours, sometimes days. More than one man fell over while simply trying to walk a straight line to the tavern. What follows is not quite the glorious homecoming of novels and plays. You are dirty, likely lice-ridden, and your wages, if they exist, are still in question. Pay, you see, was never guaranteed. Many men signed on with the promise of coin at the end, but the end could be vague. Owners disputed contracts. Captains delayed payment. Some men were told their food and clothes had cost more than their service. Others received promissory notes instead of silver. Paper promises in a world where food required coin. If the voyage had gone well, rich in spices, silk, or slaves, there might be bonuses. If it had gone poorly, lost cargo, lost crew, the answer was often a shrug. So it's no surprise that many men went straight from landfall to mutiny. Yes, mutiny didn't always involve cutlasses and cannons. Sometimes it looked like a gang of unpaid sailors refusing to board again. Sometimes it meant refusing to unload cargo until pay was settled. Sometimes it was quieter, a desertion into the port's shadows, never to return. Ports teemed with these deserters. Sailors who vanished into alleyways, took local wives, changed names. They became bakers, carpenters, or drunks sleeping behind taverns. Some found better lives, most did not. But let's say you were paid. Let's say your purse jingles and the world opens like a ripe fruit. What do? You drink. That is almost universally the first step. Rum, beer, wine. It hardly matters. You drink to forget the taste of salt pork. You drink to silence the creak of timbers that still echoes in your bones You drink because no one who hasn't been to sea understands the sheer madness of it, and your shipmates are already halfway to unconsciousness themselves. Taverns in port towns knew this pattern well. Sailors arrived like kings and left like beggars. Wallets emptied in hours. Prostitutes, dice, and drink took what the sea had not. If you were wise, and few were, you might send a portion of your pay home. A few coins tucked into a letter passed to a ship heading in the right direction, but most did not. The moment was too immediate, the shore too full of light and noise. And then there were those for whom land brought no peace at all. The sailor's world was small, contained within planks and ropes. The land, by contrast, was vast, chaotic, and unpredictable. There were too many people, too many rules, too many demands. Some men found themselves longing for the ship within days, not for the hardship, but for the clarity. You knew what mattered at sea: food, watch, rope, wind, your hammock, your next breath. On land, things grew complicated. For those with families, the return was bittersweet. Children grown, wives aged or gone. Some homes had changed beyond recognition. Some were gone entirely. War, plague, or simple bad fortune had taken them. There are stories, true ones, of men coming home after years only to be arrested for desertion, pressed again into service, or robbed by their own kin. Of standing at a door, hat in hand, unsure whether to knock. In England, some sailors were pressed back into service before their boots even dried. The dreaded press gangs, authorised to seize men of seaworthy condition, roamed the ports like wolves. A man might step off one ship and be shoved aboard another before he'd even kissed dry land. It wasn't always the Royal Navy. Merchants did it too. A warm body was a warm body, especially one that already knew port from starboard. And so, for many, home was never truly home. It was a stop between voyages. A borrowed bed, a temporary shore. Some men sailed for decades, never truly settling. Their world was measured not in years, but in voyages. Not in birthdays, but in storms survived. They aged quickly. Sea air, sun, poor diet, they wore a man down. A sailor of 40 looked 60. A sailor of 60 was rare. But there were always more. Young men, boys even, eager for adventure or escape. Promised pay, promised glory, promised the world. They filled the voids left by the dead, the maimed, and the vanished. And the cycle began again. The truth is, landfall was only a chapter, not an ending. Even the voyage itself was rarely about discovery. Most ships of the 1600s were cargo carriers, warships, or slavers. Their routes were fixed, their purposes dull or grim. Gold, timber, human lives. These were their cargo. Sailors were the machinery that kept it all moving. Your story, the one with lice, hammocks, hardtack, and botched surgery, was just a footnote in a merchant's ledger. And yet, for all the hardship, some men loved the sea. They loved its rhythm, its indifference, its endlessness. The way the stars looked above an open ocean, unbroken by smoke or church spires. They loved the silence before dawn and the cry of gulls that signalled land. Not all sailors were criminals or castaways. Some were craftsmen, navigators, men with purpose. They learned the stars, the winds, the habits of whales. They wrote letters in perfect script, kept journals, and saved for retirement, though few reached it. So, when you ask what it means to finish a voyage, the answer is it depends. For some, it means freedom. For others, loss. For most, It means preparing to do it all again. Because once you've been to sea, once you've slept in a canvas hammock surrounded by the stink of 50 men, stared death in the face during a midnight squall, and watched the sun rise on a horizon no land has touched, the land never quite fits you again. Your hands itch when idle. Your ears search for the groan of timber. Your feet want the sway beneath them. And when you lie in a real bed, in a real room, with real stillness, it feels wrong. You miss the creek. You don't really believe it until you see the smoke. 4 black funnels rising like factory chimneys into the April sky, trailing a steady plume over the harbour. The RMS Titanic, they say, is the largest ship in the world, bigger than imagination, taller than most buildings. You arrive by tender from Queenstown, a little seasick already and clinging to your bundle of clothes like it contains all your worth, because it does. Everything you own fits in a canvas sack. A scarf from your sister, a wooden spoon, 2 apples already bruised, and the ticket, of course. A 3rd-class berth, one way to New York. You check your pocket again, just to make sure it hasn't fluttered away. The crowd is thick with people like you, hopeful, harried, and slightly confused by the scale of things. Steerage passengers aren't given grand welcomes. There are no brass bands or champagne flutes, just an officious fellow with a clipboard barking names. You shuffle forward in the queue, elbow to elbow with mothers carrying babies, Irish farm boys whispering to each other, and a few stiff-looking Scandinavians with suspiciously large suitcases. You suspect they're smuggling bread. Smart, really. The Titanic looms so high above the quay that you have to tip your head back until your cap nearly falls off. There's a gangway, but not for you. That's for 2nd class, or maybe even 1st. The wealthy folks with hats that cost more than your father's farm. You're directed around to a smaller entryway near the cargo loading zone, and you file in like livestock. It's hard not to feel like part of the cargo. Inside, the smell hits you first. Fresh paint, new wood, a hint of coal smoke and salt air. It's not unpleasant, just sharp, like the ship is still curing. A steward, young and already tired, waves you along a metal corridor without making eye contact. You descend a set of narrow stairs into the bowels of the vessel. It gets warmer as you go down, and louder. Somewhere, deep in the belly of the ship, you can feel the thrum of engines being prepared for departure. Your berth is humble. A 4-berth cabin with whitewashed metal walls, a single porthole the size of a dinner plate, and 2 sets of bunks, each barely wide enough to turn over in. The mattress is horsehair. The pillow has seen better days. You share it with 3 others, a Welsh miner, a girl from Donegal who refuses to speak, and an elderly Italian man who immediately removes his boots and sighs like he's home. You'll be sleeping beside his socks for the next 5 days, give or take. Still, it's cleaner than you expected. A miracle, really. You were warned about steerage, lice, foul food, damp sheets. But the White Star Line has made a point of advertising this voyage as unusually civilized for 3rd class. The room even has an electric light, which you turn on and off several times just because you can. When the ship finally pulls away from the dock, you feel it not as motion but vibration. A long, slow tremor through the bones of the ship. People rush to the narrow passageways, craning for a look at the receding harbour. Some wave, some cry. A baby howls, unimpressed by history. Above deck, Far, far above you, the first-class passengers are sipping tea and watching the departure like it's an orchestral performance. Some wear furs despite the spring air. You wonder if they even know there's a third class aboard. You wouldn't be surprised if they assumed you were ballast. A steward drops by to explain the rules. Curfew at 10. Men and women sleep separately unless they're married, and you'll be needing a marriage certificate to prove it. Meals are taken in the dining saloon, 2 decks up, through the steel corridor and past the washing station. Clean hands are apparently expected. You wonder if clean boots are too. Yours have never been accused of such a thing. Dinner is more than tolerable. You sit at a long wooden table with chipped edges, surrounded by strangers with varying accents and suspicious elbows. The fare: soup, boiled beef, potatoes, bread with proper butter, and plum pudding. It's hearty and hot, and there's plenty of it. The White Star Line is very proud of feeding its passengers properly, even those in steerage. You hear someone mutter that the menu upstairs includes roast squab and oysters. You quietly chew your bread a little faster, lest you start resenting your pudding. Afterward, you walk the lower corridors. The ship is a labyrinth. Metal walls, doors marked in confusing codes, stairways that lead to nowhere. You pass a small band practicing in a side room. Not the grand ensemble from first class, but a modest fiddle and piano duo. They play a reel that reminds you of home, and you stop just long enough to pretend you're not listening. There's a room for washing, large, tiled, cold, with basins and a pump handle. You splash water on your face and look in the mirror. You don't look like someone who belongs on the world's greatest ship. You look tired. But you're here. You made it. For now, that's enough. That night, as you lie on the too thin mattress with your arms tucked in tight to avoid brushing your neighbour, you stare up at the metal ceiling and try to imagine what first class looks like. There are electric elevators, you've heard, a squash court, a Turkish bath. You don't know what that is, but it sounds complicated. There's a reading room with velvet chairs, a veranda cafe with real ivy and a glass roof. Some passengers even brought their automobiles. Not that there are roads in the Atlantic. You consider sneaking up to see it, just once. But the doors are guarded, and you have neither the clothes nor the confidence to bluff your way through a grand staircase. Instead, you focus on the gentle hum of the engines. It's like sleeping above a breathing beast. The Titanic is a marvel, 882 feet long, nearly 100 feet wide. She carries over 2,200 people, crew, passengers, staff, more than the population of your village, and she's fast, capable of over 21 knots. That's more speed than most trains, though no one below deck is really in a hurry. The ship's designers claimed she could remain afloat with 4 of her 16 watertight compartments flooded. Some even call her unsinkable. You're not sure who started that rumour, but it's repeated like gospel. You close your eyes and feel the sway of the ocean, gentle for now. The North Atlantic is calm tonight, a rare blessing. Someone down the hall is playing a harmonica, a lullaby maybe, or just a tune to pass the time. The Italian man snores. The Donegal girl shifts restlessly in her bunk. You try not to think of the distance beneath you, the fathoms of black water below the hull. You remind yourself this is an adventure, a new start. You are 24 years old and have 3 coins in your pocket. but you are also a passenger aboard the Titanic. That's something to tell your grandchildren, assuming you make it to New York, and then somehow find both a wife and the money for grandchildren. The next morning you're awakened by a bell. Not an alarm exactly, but something that clearly means you're expected to rise. You dress quickly. No hot water, of course. You nod to the others in your cabin. A quiet nod, since conversation before bed is dangerous business. Breakfast is oatmeal, tea, and stewed prunes. You're not sure if it's meant to be comforting or a warning. Up on deck, you steal a glimpse of the sea. It stretches forever in all directions, silver blue and still. You're surrounded by sky and nothingness. It's beautiful in a way that makes you feel small. Just for a second, you understand why people paint oceans. You lean on the rail, squinting toward the horizon. Somewhere out there is America. Somewhere ahead, a new life. Somewhere above you, someone is reading a novel and sipping coffee from a porcelain cup. But down here for now, you are just a speck aboard a steel mountain, carried westward by the dreams of better things. And for the moment, everything is still afloat. The first full day at sea begins with your head jammed into a bunk corner and the Welshman above you snoring like he's strangling a goose. You're not sure which is louder, the man or the ship. The engines below beat like a great mechanical heart, deep and steady. It's a sound you'll grow used to, or at least tolerate, like the smell of damp wool or the taste of lukewarm tea. You climb down the narrow ladder, boots thudding on metal floor, trying not to wake the girl from Donegal, though truth be told, you're not sure she sleeps at all. She always looks slightly startled, as if she's just remembered something terribly important, and then forgotten it again. The Italian fellow is already up and lacing his boots, humming tunelessly. You nod to him. He nods back. Language barriers are easy to navigate when there's only one topic worth speaking about: breakfast. The corridor outside your cabin is narrow enough that two people passing have to negotiate it like a waltz. Pipes run along the ceiling. Everything is metal. The walls, the doors, even the staircase railings. You feel like a mouse in a boiler room. Still, it's clean. Surprisingly so, the White Star Line made sure of that. After all, third class is no longer called steerage in official brochures. That word, they realised, made people think of livestock. And livestock don't pay £6.10 for a transatlantic crossing. You pass a steward in a blue uniform, young, half-shaved, carrying a mop. He doesn't smile, but he doesn't bark either. That's something. Compared to most steamers, Titanic treats its third-class passengers with almost shocking decency. You've even got a proper dining saloon, not just a bench and a bowl, and you're allowed outside at certain hours. So long as you don't wander too far up the decks and startle the people in tuxedos. You follow the smell of bread to the third-class dining room, located midship on F deck. It's bigger than you expected. Long tables with benches, white enamel mugs, and tin cutlery that clinks like coins. The room is bright too, lit by electric bulbs that buzz slightly when you walk under them. You spot the Welshman already halfway through a bowl of porridge. You join him and are soon joined by the others. A family of Swedes with matching coats, an Englishwoman with 4 children and no husband, and a very round man who orders 2 servings without shame or explanation. The food is plain but plentiful. Breakfast is porridge, bread, marmalade, and tea, hot and dark. No fancy teas here, just the kind strong enough to make your ancestors sit up in their graves. Someone mentions that first-class passengers have kippers and smoked salmon. Someone else mentions that they are welcome to it, since it smells like feet. After breakfast, you explore the steerage section. It's not large, but it is its own little world. There's a general room where people gather, play cards, mend clothes, argue, flirt. A piano stands in one corner, and someone is always trying to play it, with varying degrees of success. The Irish boys know a few jigs, the Norwegians do not. A small library sits against one wall, mostly Bibles and books no one intends to read. But it looks respectable, and that's the point. The White Star Line wanted third class to feel clean, moral, and well supervised. Not because they cared, particularly, but because the immigration authorities in New York did. Ships that arrived with lice, fever, or rowdiness risked losing their landing permits. So the company, wise to the economics, kept steerage tidy. They hired matrons to monitor women and children. They fed you 3 times a day. They even installed electric fans to keep the air from turning fetid. Of course, you're not supposed to know that. You're supposed to be grateful for the generosity. And you are. It's better than any crossing your cousin ever described. His ship had rats the size of chickens and smelled of cabbage from Dublin to Halifax. Titanic, by comparison, smells faintly of varnish. You make your way up to the open-air deck, one of the few parts of the ship where third-class passengers are allowed fresh air. It's not large, but it's something. Children chase each other between wooden benches. A man tunes a violin. Somewhere above, you hear faint strains of a string quartet, probably playing something French and complicated. You sit on a bench and watch the sea. The water stretches to forever, calm and cold and vast. You're halfway to nowhere. You're allowed on deck only during certain hours. First class has their own promenades, sheltered and adorned with ivy. Second class has deck chairs and newspapers. You have a wooden bench and the sky. Honestly, you'll take it. The sky doesn't care how much you paid for your ticket. Back below, a steward announces lunch. The dining saloon fills quickly. You sit with the same group as before. The miner, the Donegal girl, the Swedish family. Everyone's a little warmer now. A little looser with their stories. You learn the Welshman's name is Evan. He's going to Pittsburgh to work in the mills. The Swedish father speaks some English. He says simply, "America better." No one argues. Lunch is soup, corned beef, and boiled potatoes. There's rice pudding for dessert. You scrape your plate clean. It's not gourmet, but it's hot, and it's yours. You imagine your mother's face if she saw you being served at a real table, with a cloth napkin and everything. Granted, the napkin is more whole than cloth, but still. That afternoon, you wander. The ship is a maze, and it's easy to get lost. You pass doors labelled "No Admittance." You see stairwells marked "Crew Only." You consider ignoring them, but remember the steward's warning. Steerage passengers caught trespassing will be confined to quarters. The Donegal girl tried it once, she says. Got as far as the second-class hallway before being escorted back like a schoolchild caught with someone else's lunch. In truth, there's a whole other world above you. First-class passengers stroll through lounges with chandeliers, read in leather chairs, and bathe in Turkish steam rooms. The grand staircase is carved oak, with wrought iron railings and a glass dome overhead. You saw it in a postcard once. It looked like a palace. Meanwhile, you have creaky bunks and a washroom with 12 sinks for hundreds of people. Still, you suppose it builds character. And blisters. By evening, the ship grows quiet. Steerage passengers trickle back to their cabins. There's no scheduled entertainment. Not for you, anyway. Some folks bring out fiddles. Someone starts singing. A hymn, you think. Others hum along. You sit near the doorway, sipping lukewarm tea and watching the flame flicker behind the electric light bulb. There's something about ships that makes everyone feel philosophical. Perhaps it's the water. Perhaps it's the silence. Or perhaps it's the realization that you are floating in a giant iron box, miles from anything solid, relying on the stubbornness of steel and the calculations of men you've never met. You lie down for the night and listen. The Welshman is snoring again. The Italian man coughs softly in his sleep. The girl from Donegal whispers a prayer. You think about your brother, left behind, and your uncle waiting in New Jersey with a job at the docks. Maybe. If the letter was true. If the job still exists. For now, you are here. Aboard Titanic. Below decks, yes, but afloat. Safe. Federal. And carried westward at 21 knots on what they call the Ship of Dreams. Dreams, you suppose, look different depending on where your bunk is. Still, the sea is quiet. The hull is strong. And the night, for now, is kind. You wake slowly, disoriented by the quiet. It's not true silence. Nothing aboard the Titanic is ever silent. But something's different. The usual early clatter of boots in the hallway hasn't started. No coughs echoing off steel. No one shouting for a missing sock. Just the deep, steady hum of the engines far below, vibrating faintly through the bunk frame and into your bones like the purr of a massive cat you dare not startle. The light through the tiny porthole is grey-blue, filtered through Atlantic mist. It's early, but you're wide awake. You've decided that today you're going to climb. You swing your legs down carefully. The Welshman above you is still asleep, mouth open, emitting low noises like someone trying to remember the words to a hymn in their sleep. The Donegal girl has left already. Her bunk is empty, her blanket neatly folded, her presence already a ghost. The Italian man snores softly, boots by his bedside in perfect placement. You dress quickly, quietly, and slip out into the corridor before the daily shuffle begins. The air down here in third class, officially called steerage by everyone except White Star's pamphlets, is thick with engine heat and the scent of wet wool. The corridor is narrow enough that passing someone requires sideways negotiation and a muttered apology. Pipes line the ceiling, rivets pattern the walls. There's a sense that everything here is very sturdy and very uninterested in your comfort. But today you're heading up, beyond the reach of the heat, beyond the bulkheads that mark your invisible boundaries, beyond where your ticket says you belong. You've heard whispers of the higher decks, not just the first class rooms, the ones with fireplaces, private promenades, real bathtubs, but of the corridors that feel like museums, of the grand staircase carved from wood finer than any church you've seen. You want to see it, if only for a moment, if only from a corner. You start the climb. The first few staircases are familiar, utilitarian steel steps, cold railings, walls painted a colour that can only be described as institutional beige. You pass a steward who nods sleepily and doesn't ask where you're going. Lucky, that. The change happens gradually. You pass through a metal door, and suddenly the walls are panelled. The floor has carpet. The light grows warmer, as if the bulbs here burn a better brand of electricity. The air smells of varnish and faint perfume. You've left the Titanicus transport and entered Titanicus temple. You slow your pace, walk softly. No one looks up, but you know, instinctively, that you don't belong here, that your boots are too loud, that your coat smells too much like salt and boiled beef. And then you see it, the grand staircase. It rises before you like a cathedral in motion. Ornate oak railings curl gracefully around a sweeping set of steps. Ironwork glitters in soft light. At the landing stands a clock flanked by two carved female figures. Honour and glory crowning time. You wonder if either of them knows what time it actually is, or if they're just guessing politely. Above the staircase, a domed glass skylight lets in filtered light. You imagine it would be beautiful on a sunny day, but today it's just a moody grey, like the ocean in glass form. You don't dare touch anything. You just stand there, heart thudding like a drum solo in a hymn, watching a steward in white gloves arrange something on a side table. A vase of fresh flowers. Orchids, maybe. Someone upstairs has orchids. The steward spots you. His expression doesn't change, not quite. Just enough to communicate that this is not your hallway. You offer a vague nod and retreat the way you came, trying not to look like someone who had to see it to believe it. You drift sideways into second class. Fewer chandeliers here, but still very proper. You pass through the second-class library. Neat rows of books, mostly Bibles, school texts, and novels about quiet people doing quiet things. A man in a bowler hat reads aloud to his wife in a whisper. You walk slower in here. You feel like if you rustle your sleeves too loudly, someone might ask to see your grammar school certificate. There's a second-class smoking room too. Smaller than first classes, but still elegant. A pair of older men sit by the windows playing cards, smoke drifting like clouds of contemplation above their heads. One is speaking French, the other possibly German. You pretend not to notice. They pretend not to notice you. Eventually you turn back. You've gone high enough. You've seen their world. At least the edge of it. And you've confirmed what you suspected. It was never built with you in mind. Back down in third class, everything returns to form. The benches are harder, the walls closer, the air thicker with people and potatoes. But you're greeted with a grin by a boy you barely know, and a nod by a man who snores in harmony. You sit in the general room and exhale like someone who's made it home after an awkward dinner. The general room is alive this morning. Someone's playing a fiddle again, the same tune as yesterday, but faster. A girl is clapping along, offbeat but enthusiastically. A young man tries to show off his tap steps, but slips and nearly takes out a bench. Everyone laughs, and the moment becomes a story before it finishes. The piano in the corner is being abused again. You can hear a hymn start, stop, restart, then veer entirely off course. No one minds. Someone brings out a deck of cards. Another offers tea. No one asks where you've been. Lunch is stew and bread. Always stew and bread. But today, someone's managed to swipe an extra scoop of treacle pudding, and the table erupts in fake outrage and real envy. You hear more rumours during the meal. One man says the ship is going too fast. Another says there was ice reported to the north. A third man, who has read one book and now considers himself a naval engineer, claims the ship can't sink because the hull is divided into 16 watertight compartments. Even if for flood, he says through a mouthful of beef, she'll stay afloat, built like a fortress she is. You look down at your plate and imagine water finding its way into every spoonful. After lunch, you go up again, but only as far as the open-air deck allowed to third class. It's small, stern-facing, with benches along the rail, but the sky is bright now, and the air is fresh. Children chase each other. A pair of young lovers try very hard not to look like they're holding hands. A steward watches with the patient expression of a man who's been told not to interfere unless someone falls overboard. You find a spot at the railing and watch the waves break gently behind the ship. It's hard to fathom how much power is driving the Titanic forward. Nearly 50,000 horsepower. 3 enormous propellers churning the Atlantic into foam. You think of the stokers down below, men sweating in engine rooms the size of cathedrals, shoveling coal into furnaces 24 hours a day. Most of the ship's crew never see sunlight, but they're the ones making the world move. You stay on deck longer than usual. No one shoos you off. Maybe the steward is tired. Maybe he's warming up to you. Maybe, unlikely, you just look respectable from behind. When the wind gets too sharp, you head back down to your bunk. The Welshman is awake and telling a long story that seems to involve goats, a ladder, and a very unfortunate hat. The Italian man nods solemnly, whether from comprehension or politeness is anyone's guess. The Donegal girl rolls her eyes and closes her book. You lie back on your bunk, staring at the ceiling. It's dotted with rivets and streaks of moisture from the warm air below. You think about honour and glory again, about the orchids, about the glass dome overhead. You wonder what it would be like to walk that staircase freely, as if it were your home, not a museum closed for cleaning. But you also remember the smile of the child who shared half a biscuit earlier, the man who offered you his stool, the music, the laughter, the sense that down here no one is pretending to be anything other than alive. You drift to sleep that night with a strange feeling in your chest. Not quite envy, not quite contentment, something in between. Something shaped like a staircase that you'll never climb, and a bench that always has room for one more. The strange thing is how hard it is to sleep, even when you're tired. And you are tired. Your boots are tired. Your spine is tired. Even your eyelids, which have spent all day squinting against salt-bright skies or smoky lamps, have become heavy with the weight of everything you've seen. And yet, sleep doesn't come easy. It's your 3rd full night aboard the Titanic. And though the ship moves smoothly, as smooth as a hotel, people keep saying, your thoughts do not. You lie in your bunk, staring at the ceiling, and wonder how much water sits above your head. You're 7 decks down, give or take. That's hundreds of tons of ocean, all held back by steel plates, rivets, and the confidence of shipbuilders who promised everything would be just fine. The lights in your berth dim automatically at curfew, electric bulbs on a timer, controlled from somewhere else. A small modern miracle, though when they flicker, you can't help but wonder if it's the system or the sea. The cabin is quiet. Evan, the Welshman, has already fallen asleep and is breathing heavily like he's training to be a tuba. The Italian man, whose name you think might be Carlo, snores so gently it's almost musical. The Donegal girl hasn't spoken in a day and a half, but she's here, arms folded, staring at the ceiling as if it might crack open and reveal answers. There's no breeze down here, no window to crack open, just the slow warmth of breathing bodies and the heat from the boilers below. Your mattress is a hair-stuffed pad on a wooden frame, and it creaks every time you roll over, as if it too has opinions about how you're sleeping. You'd think, being so far from land, from streets and factories and chickens and cartwheels, that the noise would be gone. But the Titanic hums like a living thing. Pipes shudder. Metal flexes. Somewhere in the walls, water moves with a low, sloshing rhythm that makes you deeply aware of how surrounded you are. At times it sounds like the ship is groaning in its sleep. You try to count those sounds, identify them, anchor yourself in their repetition. That one above the door, a soft hiss from the heating pipe. That one near your bunk, the creak of a support beam flexing with the sea. That one deeper still, a muffled clang. Possibly something from the engine room. Possibly not. Someone knocks into a bed frame nearby, and the whole cabin shakes slightly. You wonder if this is what it's like being a spoon inside a drawer. Then you wonder if spoons ever panic. The air feels colder tonight. Not frigid, but crisp. Like someone left a window open 3 decks up, and the wind remembered how to find you. That's unusual. Third class is typically stifling. The heat from the boilers keeps it warm even when the Atlantic is icy above. But tonight, your nose is cold. You pull the blanket up and curl inward. No one else seems to notice. Or if they do, they've decided not to mention it. That's how things work down here. If it's not fire or famine, it's probably not worth complaining about. Still, something feels off. Earlier that evening during dinner, you'd overheard 2 men whispering about ice. Saw it on the chart, one said. Bergs spotted further south than usual. The other scoffed. Ship this size could punch through a barn wall. You didn't say anything at the time, but now, in the quiet of your bunk, you start to wonder what that barn might be made of, and whether the wall might punch back. The Titanic is 882 feet long, nearly 100 feet wide. Her double-bottom hull is divided into 16 watertight compartments. The theory, often repeated, rarely questioned, is that she can stay afloat with any 2 flooded. Maybe 4, depending on who you ask. Possibly even 5. Of course, no one down here has seen those compartments. You assume they exist. Like unicorns or kindly landlords. You roll over. The mattress groans again. Somewhere far above, a door slams, then silence. Outside your room, the hallway is quiet. A few low voices pass by. Someone stifles a cough. You imagine the ship overhead. 5 more decks of people, mostly asleep. Or pretending. First-class passengers in private staterooms with real pillows and electric heaters. Their windows are shut against the night air. Their beds don't creak. They probably don't wonder what 400 miles of ocean feels like above their heads. You breathe in and out, trying to focus on the rhythm, the movement of the ship, the faint sway. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were on solid ground. The Titanic glides through the North Atlantic with the grace of a floating hotel, its engines spinning nearly silent from down here. The vibration is constant, but smooth. So far, the seas have been unusually calm. Barely a chop. Even the gulls looked bored when they flew overhead yesterday. But tonight feels different. Still calm, unnervingly so. The ship doesn't sway, doesn't dip. The sea is glass, and the sky, when you saw it earlier from the aft deck, was unusually clear. Stars sharp as pins. No moon, just silence. You remember thinking how eerie it was, the way the wind had died. No crests on the waves. Just blackness reflecting starlight. The kind of night where sound carries too far. Where even your thoughts echo. It's the sort of night that makes sailors nervous. And you now too. You sit up quietly. The bunk creaks, again betraying you. No one stirs. You swing your legs down and walk barefoot into the corridor. The passage is dark, save for a few low-burning lamps. The electric lights here are dulled at night to save power. A steward once joked it also discouraged passengers from panicking at the sight of each other in nightclothes. You walk down the hall, past a row of identical doors, each with 4 bunks, each with the same white paint flaking at the edges. You pass the communal lavatory. The sound of dripping water is louder than usual. Or maybe it's just quieter elsewhere. At the stairwell, you pause. You're not supposed to go above at night, especially not unaccompanied. But you step up anyway, guided more by restlessness than reason. 2 decks up, near a third-class common area, you find a small porthole. Not a grand view, barely a slice of sea, but enough to glimpse the water, still dark and flat as slate. Stars gleam above like they've been nailed in place. You press your forehead to the glass. Cold? And then, the strangest thing, a flicker. Not light exactly. A movement. Something distant. A shape? Or just a shadow of a thought? You blink. It's gone. Back to bed. The walk down feels longer. The corridor seems narrower. When you return to your cabin, everyone is still asleep. You climb into your bunk and pull the blanket to your chin. You try to sleep, but the ship feels not still exactly, just wrong, like a song that skipped a beat, a silence you weren't expecting. And in that silence, you realize something deeply absurd and quietly horrifying. You don't know what it would sound like if the Titanic were in trouble. Would there be a noise? A grinding? A snap? A bell? Or would it be like this? Nothing at all. You think of the watertight doors, those great metal slabs that can seal off entire compartments in seconds. You've never seen them, but you heard someone say they're automatic. Triggered by flooding. They just drop, like guillotines. Efficient, really. You picture one slamming down without warning, then another, and suddenly the sound you imagined, the scream of steel buckling, becomes too loud in your thoughts, and you roll over again, pressing your hands to your ears. It's just nerves, you tell yourself. Just stories. You're thousands of miles from home, surrounded by strangers, being carried across an ocean you've never seen from shore. Of course your mind is playing tricks. You've climbed too high, snuck too far, seen the edges of other people's worlds. It's made you suspicious of your own. You squeeze your eyes shut and listen again for the heartbeat of the ship. The engines hum, the pipes moan. Evan breathes. Carlo snores. The girl from Donegal turns in her bunk and sighs, not loud, but long, like someone remembering they still exist. You focus on that sigh, human and simple, something solid in the machinery, and finally, with no ceremony at all, you slip into uneasy sleep. Above, the Atlantic stretches black and endless, and somewhere, invisible for now, something cold waits patiently in the dark. The next day starts like any other, too early, too loud, and somehow too warm and too cold at the same time. You wake up unsure whether you slept for 5 minutes or 5 hours. In truth, it's probably somewhere in between, stolen in snatches between creaking pipes and the haunting knowledge that the ocean is still out there, waiting. Your boots are colder than they were yesterday. You wiggle your toes before stepping in, hoping the heat from your feet will make peace with the leather. It's April 14th now. Sunday. Easter Sunday, in fact. At home, there'd be a sermon, then boiled eggs, then the sort of quiet family tension that passes for celebration. Here there's porridge. The dining saloon smells of tea, bread, and too many people with nowhere else to be. You sit with your usual group, Evan the Welshman, Carlo the Italian, and the Donegal girl, who still hasn't offered a name but has stopped flinching when people speak near her. A quiet improvement. You nod a happy Easter across the table. Only Carlo returns the greeting. Evan just mutters something about missing his boots and keeps eating. You hear someone at the far end of the table say something that catches your attention. "Ice ahead," the man says, voice low, like he's sharing state secrets instead of breakfast gossip. "Bergs," says another. "More than usual. They're drifting south." You look up. The men are older, one with a sailor's beard, the other with a face like baked leather. They sound like the sort who say, "I told you so," before anything actually happens. Still you listen. They say the wireless room's been getting warnings, the first man continues, buttering his bread with unnecessary force, from other ships. "Wireless?" someone asks. "The Marconi," the second man explains. "They've got one aboard, big set, sparks flying and everything, sends messages to shore and other liners, not just for passengers. They use it for navigation too." "Captain will know then," someone says, "if there's danger." The two older men nod, slowly but not confidently. That's the worst kind of nod. Later, up on the open-air deck, you try to forget the conversation. The sea is as flat as a dinner plate, barely a ripple. The wind has stilled almost completely. The cold, though, that remains. It's the kind of cold that sneaks in under your clothes and lingers behind your ears. You pull your collar up and lean on the railing, squinting at the horizon. Nothing. Just water and sky. Two blues with no border between them. Occasionally a sparkle where the sun hits the surface. No land, no ships, no birds, just quiet. You can feel it in the air. Not fear. Not yet. But a sense of waiting, like the ship itself is listening. A steward nearby paces slowly, arms behind his back. He doesn't speak to anyone, but he watches everything. They're always watching, even when they pretend not to be. You remember what the man said about ice, that it's further south than normal this year, brought down by ocean currents that don't much care about shipping lanes or luxury. The Titanic is sailing near 41 degrees north, the same band of ocean where the Grand Banks fogs roll in and ice sometimes wanders, lost and unnoticed, until it's too late to matter. You heard someone say there were at least 6 warnings sent to the bridge yesterday. The Californian, the Coronia, the Baltic. All had spotted ice. Some had changed course. But Titanic had not slowed down. In fact, someone said the engines were pushing her harder today than yesterday. The pride of the White Star Line, after all, doesn't dawdle. At midday, you walk past the wireless room, or rather, as close as third class is allowed to get. The room itself is tucked behind second class, on the boat deck, off limits, and guarded by closed doors. But you hear the spark through the wall. the steady, sharp rhythm of Morse code being tapped out. The two operators, Phillips and Bride, someone said, have been sending passenger messages all day. Telegrams to New York, to London. Mostly first-class passengers dictating congratulations to friends or instructions to brokers. You wonder if they resent it. The operators, not the passengers. You wonder if, in between, arriving Wednesday, best regards, and buy shares immediately, they ever think to forward the ice reports to the captain. Or maybe they already have. Maybe he's read them, frowned, and poured another tea. You won't know. You're not allowed to know. That's not how class works aboard the Titanic. Information trickles down slowly, like melted ice through a brass funnel. By late afternoon, the rumours are more frequent. A second-class passenger says he overheard an officer mention unusual flows. A steward in third class mutters that they've changed watch rotations. One woman claims her porthole was frozen shut. Another says she saw a chunk of ice floating by the stern, though on inspection it turned out to be a towel from second class. Still, the talk continues. You wander again, heading up as far as the stewards will let you. On one deck, near the rear, you pause behind a group of well-dressed gentlemen discussing ship speeds. She's doing 22 knots, one says confidently, though you suspect he's guessing. Trying to make headlines, another says. Bruce Ismay's idea. He's aboard, you know. You've heard that name before? Ismay, the managing director of the White Star Line. You imagine he walks around the ship like a man who's already written his own newspaper article. One of the gentlemen leans on his cane and says, I say let her go fast. Get it over with. These crossings are terribly dull. You note that he has not spent time in steerage. Supper passes uneventfully. Stew again, though slightly more seasoned, as if the cook is repenting. You eat beside Carlo and Evan, who argues quietly with a Scottish boy about whether the ship is headed too far west. The Donegal girl doesn't speak, but her foot taps beneath the table. Maybe nerves, maybe boredom. You ask her if she's heard the ice rumours. She shrugs. There's always something, she says, and takes another bite of bread. Evening descends. The sky sharpens again, stars winking into place one by one until the night is full of them. No clouds, no moon, just that same eerie stillness. The ocean is too calm. It doesn't move like water. It just waits. You go out on deck one last time. The wind cuts deeper now, and you wrap your arms tight. The cold isn't sharp. It's quiet. Heavy. The sort of cold that soaks into your sleeves and settles in your lungs. There's a hum from the funnels. Faint, rhythmic. Below deck, you know the stokers are still at work. Dozens of them, pale and sweating, shoveling coal into roaring furnaces. The Titanic burns over 600 tons of coal per day. That's 100 firemen on shifts, 24 hours a day, keeping her alive. You've seen none of them. You don't know their names, but you feel their work beneath your boots. Someone nearby mentions the iceberg warnings again. They've got lookouts posted in the crow's nest, of course, he says. Best view on the ship. You don't say anything. You just watch the sea. It reflects the stars so perfectly that for a moment you're not sure which way is up. The steward eventually calls for the deck to be cleared. It's nearly 10. Time to return below. Time to sleep. Time to pretend the whispers haven't followed you all day. Back in your cabin, the blankets feel colder than usual. You lie down slowly, as if your bones want to test the bed before trusting it. The engines hum, pipes, hiss, a distant thump, probably nothing. You close your eyes and listen to the ship breathe. Outside, the night sharpens, and somewhere out there, a lookout climbs a ladder with no binoculars. It happens just before midnight. You're not asleep yet, though you've been lying still in your bunk for what feels like hours. The darkness in the cabin is almost complete. The low-watt electric bulb above your head has been off for some time, and the only light now is the faintest spill from the corridor beyond the half-shut door. Carlo is breathing evenly, for once not snoring. Evan has turned to face the wall, one hand beneath his head. The Donegal girl hasn't moved for the better part of an hour. The ship is quiet, not silent, of course. Titanic never truly rests. The vibration of the engines is always there, low and steady. The sound of water rushing past the hull. A metal creak every now and then, the occasional thump of something falling somewhere. A bucket, a mop, a steward's patience. But this is different. The jolt isn't sharp. It's not the screeching, cinematic sort of collision you'd expect. No fireworks, no explosion, just a shiver. A long, low, grinding sensation that hums through the bones of the ship and into yours, like someone has run a giant finger along the hull from bow to stern. Your mattress shifts slightly. The pipes above your head rattle. Carlo stirs. Evan grunts and mutters something about potatoes. Then everything stops. For a few seconds, the engines go quiet. Not off. Not quite. But they pause. You notice it like you'd notice a missing tooth, or a heartbeat that skips. The vibration in the walls, your bed, the very floor, gone. And in its place an awful stillness. Then the engines resume, not with a roar, but with a hesitant hum, like a man coughing politely after realizing he's said something awkward. You sit up, no alarm sounds, no bells, no shouting. Just the renewed rhythm of the ship beneath you, and the sudden, sharp awareness that something has changed. You climb out of your bunk and pull on your boots. Evan is sitting up now, rubbing his eyes. "What was that?" he asks, not quite to you. Carlo shrugs. Maybe anchor shift, or a wave. You glance at the Donegal girl. She's watching the ceiling, arms still crossed. No one moves to leave the cabin. It's late, the kind of late where nothing important is ever expected to happen. But still, you walk into the corridor. Others are doing the same. Doors creak open, heads peek out. Faces half awake and confused. The corridor tilts slightly. Not dramatically, just enough that you notice a rolling bottle slide along the floor. Someone jokes about the sea rocking the ship like a cradle. Someone else doesn't laugh. You head toward the stairwell. There's no steward in sight, which in itself feels wrong. They're usually everywhere, appearing like shadows when you linger too long in the wrong area or try to pocket a second piece of bread. You climb 2 decks, boots echoing louder than you'd like. The air grows colder. Not subtly. Genuinely cold now. Your fingers tingle, and you draw your coat tighter. You make it to the general third-class space. It's fuller than expected. People are talking in low voices, some pacing. A man you recognise from meals, red hair, missing a tooth, is saying he felt the whole wall shake. Someone else claims the ship hit a whale. Another says he saw ice on the starboard side. A woman swears her porthole is leaking. Then the stewards arrive. At first they're calm, firm but polite. Nothing to worry about, they say. A precaution. Stay here. Don't go up top. No need to panic. The officers are inspecting the ship. There's been a minor incident. Everything's under control. You've never heard so many words that explain so little. You try to ask a question, but you're waved off. Just stay calm, sir, one says. Captain Smith will have it sorted presently. You glance toward the stairwell. It's now guarded. So you wait. The thing about being below deck is that information trickles slowly. Up in first class, passengers have already seen crew gathering near the lifeboats. They've felt the cold air sweep in as the forward hatch was opened. Some of them are asking questions directly to officers. Down here, you get hallway whispers and stewards with fixed smiles. But still, more people arrive. Children wrapped in shawls. Old men buttoning their coats. Young couples gripping each other's arms like handles. No one is shouting yet, but no one is laughing either. The floor tilts again. You notice it this time. A glass left on the table slides half an inch, then stops. Someone mentions lifeboats. Someone else says there aren't enough. You know that's true. You heard it days ago, a second-class man muttering about it. Only 16 boats and 4 collapsibles. Room for about 1,200 people. There are over 2,200 on board. You start to sweat, despite the cold. Then a steward reappears and speaks a few quiet words to another. That one's face changes, just slightly. His eyebrows rise. His jaw tightens. You see it. Then they both disappear. The room grows louder. Someone tries to climb the stairs. A steward blocks him. You can't go up yet, sir. Please remain here. Why? The man asks. Just orders. Is the ship sinking? I can't say, sir. Which is as close to yes as a steward is likely to get. You turn toward the stern, the third-class open-air deck. If the forward gangway is blocked, maybe the aft deck is clear. Maybe you can get higher. See something. You start walking. The corridors are narrower now, more crowded. People are standing in clumps, unsure of what to do. Children are crying. A few suitcases sit by doors, packed in a hurry. Then you see it. Water. Just a thin trickle, running from under a door. But cold and moving. You stop. Someone else sees it too and backs away. A steward rounds the corner, eyes widening slightly. Please return to your cabin, sir, he says. You don't. You turn and walk faster. Up another stairwell. This one leads to a door marked Crew Access. It's unlocked. You step through. And suddenly you're in second class. The difference is immediate. Painted walls, polished floors, better lighting. But it's still chaotic. Passengers in nightgowns and coats. Stewards hurrying without looking hurried. Voices that don't match their words. You find a porthole and press your face to the glass. And there it is. Ice. A ridge of it along the starboard hull, jagged and white under the night sky. It must have scraped the side. You can see marks in the steel. Nothing catastrophic looking. But then again, what would that look like from here? You hear someone say the ship has struck an iceberg, that she's taken on water, that the watertight compartments are filling, that the bulkheads only rise as high as E deck. You're on F. You turn and head toward the open decks. You need air. Answers. The stairwells are jammed now. People moving both ways. A child drops a doll and starts wailing. A man curses as he's jostled against the railing. You squeeze through. At last you reach the outer deck. The cold is immediate, real, brutal. Your breath becomes smoke. The sky is too clear. The sea too flat. The iceberg itself is drifting away, monstrous and silent. taller than the decks, pale as a tombstone. Crew members move quickly now. Officers shout, lifeboats are uncovered, ropes are tested. Women and children are ushered toward them. You stand to one side, watching. You are not called, you are not expected. The unsinkable ship has struck ice. And only now, standing in the cold, do you understand that things break. Even the things they swear cannot. Even this. You're not supposed to be here. Not on this deck. Not in this part of the ship. Not watching lifeboats being lowered in the dark. Ropes groaning under the weight of too few people and too much delay. But no one stops you now? Not really. Not anymore. Whatever invisible boundary once kept third-class passengers out of sight has dissolved into cold fog and confusion. The officers have stopped noticing who came from where. Or if they do, they're too busy with ropes and winches and quiet, practiced shouts. You pull your coat tighter. The cold bites harder up here. Not the shivering sort, but the heavy kind that slides into your sleeves and behind your ears. The sort of cold that can slow your thoughts if you're not careful. The deck is crowded but not chaotic. Not yet. You can see the panic blooming in small pockets. A sharp voice here, a trembling hand there, but it hasn't spread fully. Most people still believe this is temporary. They've been told to stay calm, and so they are. But you're starting to see the cracks. A steward stands by the railing, eyes fixed on nothing. He's not giving instructions anymore. He just waits, shoulders stiff. A woman clutches a child too old to carry and refuses to meet anyone's gaze. The child, oddly, looks bored. You make your way toward the lifeboats. Carefully, slowly, not running. You've learned that running draws attention. Walking with purpose, though, that gets you where you need to go. You pass a lifeboat that's half full, maybe 25 people in it, mostly women, a few children, one man who looks too stunned to explain how he got there. An officer barks, "Lower away," and the ropes creak. The boat dips, swings once, steadies, and begins to descend into blackness. That boat was meant to hold 65. You want to ask why they didn't fill it. You want to ask if that man will be forced to give up his seat in the water. You want to ask a lot of things, but no one is answering questions now. The officer closest to you turns and calls out, "Next boat! Women and children only!" People start to move, but no one moves quickly. There's something surreal about it. The ship is tilting, you can feel it, but the instructions still come like boarding announcements. Courteous, measured, as if panic has been ruled out by regulation. You hear someone say the time. It's just past midnight. 15 minutes since the iceberg. Or maybe 30. It's hard to tell anymore. Up here, under the stars, time feels dislocated. A young woman steps forward to the next lifeboat. She's in a thin dressing gown, her hair hastily tied in a ribbon. She carries a suitcase that can't possibly hold anything useful. A steward takes it gently from her and sets it aside. "You won't need that, miss," he says. She doesn't argue. More women follow. One sobs quietly. Another jokes. Something about the boat looking more stable than her second husband. No one laughs. But the attempt lingers in the air, like a prayer that misfired. A boy, maybe 10 years old, tries to follow his mother into the boat. The officer hesitates. "How old?" he asks. 10, she says. He nods. The boy is waved forward. The mother squeezes his hand like it's the last hand she'll ever hold. Another woman refuses to go without her husband. "If he stays, I stay," she says, planting her feet. The officer doesn't argue, just moves on to the next name. You edge closer, trying to look useful. Maybe if you offer to row. Maybe if you lie and say you're crew. Maybe if... Back, sir, the steward says firmly. Women and children only. I can row, you say. We've got oarsmen already. I'm crew, you lie. Then get below and help, he says, without blinking. You step back. You scan the crowd for someone. Anyone, you know. You spot Evan. He's across the deck, standing like a post, watching the lifeboats without blinking. The Donegal girl is with him, now wearing a scarf you don't remember her owning. She's staring down at the wooden planks beneath her feet. You catch their eyes. No one waves. Another lifeboat is filled. Slowly, methodically, lowered into the dark. The water swallows the sound. From somewhere behind, a flare goes up. It's brilliant. A burst of white that turns the night into a false morning. For a moment, everything is too bright. The fear on people's faces is visible, sharp and undeniable. Then the flare fades and the stars take over again. You hear someone ask if help is coming. No one answers. The flares are meant to be seen. Distress signals, fired skyward at regular intervals. But they look beautiful, almost theatrical, like a show. As if this whole thing might be a trick, a diversion, a test. But it isn't. You hear someone mention the Californian. Only 10 miles away, they say. They'll come. They must have seen the rockets. You want to believe them, but something deep in your stomach says otherwise. You inch along the deck. A different lifeboat is being uncovered. This one has collapsible canvas sides. One of the emergency boats, stored near the forward bridge. A crewman curses as he fights with a rope. His fingers are bare and red. You see a group of men arguing nearby. One gestures to a list, another waves him off. Orders are changing now. The ship is changing. Logic is thinning. A few passengers begin to push forward. Not violently. Not enough to call it a panic. But the urgency is visible now. People have waited patiently for over an hour. But the ship is tilting more. Water is coming in. And the boats are leaving. Half full, mostly empty. And no one is calling your name. You pass another gate. One that had been locked earlier in the voyage. It's open now. Hanging crooked. Someone forced it, maybe. Or maybe a crewman finally realised that gates don't float. A family rushes past you. Father, mother, 2 small children. The father pauses at the gangway. Go, he says, gently. The mother shakes her head. Please. She doesn't move. A steward walks by, sees the moment and nods slightly. The children are taken. The parents stay behind. You keep moving. At the next boat there's an argument. A man refuses to leave without his wife. A crewman insists she's been taken on the previous boat. How do you know? The man shouts. I don't, the crewman admits. And that's it. No further explanation. He walks away. The band plays still. They've moved closer to the entrance of the grand staircase. You can't see them, but you hear the melody. Steady, slow, not cheerful, not mournful, just steady, like a heartbeat, or a clock, or something pretending to be both. Someone says they played Autumn. Others say it was Nearer, My God to Thee. You can't tell. It sounds like the kind of music people hum while folding shirts. Another boat goes down. This one is fuller. Word has spread. The crew are more urgent. Fewer hesitations. Still no call for men. Still no place for you. So you wait. You are told, again, to stay calm. The sea does not calm. The ship continues to tilt. And the stars continue to shine indifferent and precise, as more lifeboats leave behind the lights. And you aren't entirely sure when the lifeboat stopped lowering. For a while, there had been a steady rhythm to it all. Officers calling out, stewards ushering women forward, the thump of wooden hulls being dragged into place and swung out over the sea, followed by the groaning pulse of ropes slowly lowering tiny bolts into the dark Atlantic. There was order of a kind. Not perfect, not fair, and certainly not equally applied, but it resembled something like procedure. And you had believed, in the quiet way people believe when they are trying not to panic, that eventually someone would point to you, maybe not immediately, maybe not warmly, and say, "You, now this way." And that you would climb in, shivering, stunned, but alive. That was the hope, silent and absurd, that kept you moving. But now the boats are gone. You realise it slowly, like someone waking up and forgetting what day it is. You look down the line of davits and see only rope ends, wooden brackets swinging empty in the night wind. The crewmen who once moved quickly now stand still. Some look dazed, some have vanished. The stewards who had guarded stairwells like watchmen are simply gone. The crowd around you murmurs but doesn't cry out. No one wants to say it out loud, not yet. As if naming it, saying, "There are no more boats," would trigger something final. But the knowledge spreads anyway, unspoken and unstoppable. Every second, the ship sinks deeper, and you begin to understand you have missed your chance. A collapsible boat is being worked on near the forward section, but even you can tell it's not going well. "Collapsible A," someone whispers. They're trying to unfasten it from the roof, but it wasn't designed to be launched like this, and the angle of the deck isn't helping. The bow is noticeably lower now. Water has reached the deckhouses forward. Everything that was straight is now slanted. People adjust their footing without comment, leaning slightly, instinctively bracing against the change, as if pretending they aren't on a sinking ship, but simply walking a steeper hill than usual. A kind of still, horrified dignity has settled in, at least for now. You see officers shouting at one another as they wrestle with ropes, canvas, and spars, trying to make the ungainly craft seaworthy in real time. They call for hands, for axes, for more men, but it's chaos. There are too many volunteers now, not enough space, and far too little structure. What could once have been managed, with order, with drills, with warning, has crumbled into instinct and noise. You step forward, trying to help, or maybe just trying to be near something useful. A man grabs one side of the boat and pulls. You take another corner, straining. Your fingers slip, cold and useless, and the canvas buckles in the middle. Someone yells to steady it. Another man, not a sailor, but a passenger, climbs in before the boat is ready. He's thrown out a moment later. There's no discipline now, only desperation. The boat creaks under uneven weight, and when someone tries to swing it outward toward the davits, a rope snaps. The canvas tears, flapping in the wind like a broken sail. It doesn't go over the side. It just lurches to one end and collapses in on itself. People step back, realizing the moment is lost. You move on. There's no lifeboat left to chase, but movement still feels like hope, and so you follow the current of the crowds. The slope of the deck is undeniable now. You have to step carefully, holding the railings to maintain balance. The wind picks up, dragging at your coat. You see a woman fall, not hard, but awkwardly. and another person helps her up without speaking. The formality of earlier has disappeared. Everyone is doing what they can for the person directly in front of them, nothing more. There is no longer time for order, for stations, for distinctions of ticket class. At least not here, at the edge of the ship where everything tilts and nothing remains to be done. You pass what's left of Collapsible B, still tied to the roof of the officers' quarters. It hasn't even been moved yet. A few men are trying to untie it, but it looks hopeless. The ship is angled too sharply, and their footing is bad. The canvas is stiff with salt and ice. A rope gives way, and it slams against the roof with a hollow thud. One man slips and slides down the slanted wall before catching a pipe and hauling himself back up. You don't know whether to help or keep going. You keep going. Behind you, a man cries out. You turn to look and see someone climbing over the railing. A few people try to stop him, but he kicks free and leaps, a clean, hopeless arc, vanishing into the black. A splash follows, then nothing. No cry for help, just silence. Someone says something in a language you don't recognize. A woman starts sobbing quietly without drama. At the stern, the crowd has thickened. Dozens of people have already made their way aft, climbing slowly, awkwardly, as the deck tilts higher. The stern is the highest place left. There is nowhere else to go. A young boy near you is asking where the rest of his family went. No one answers. A man wraps his coat around the boy's shoulders. The boy sits down and starts to sing softly to himself. From somewhere midship comes a deep groan, metal on metal, a sound of failure. The ship is breaking, not just flooding. The hull, strained and twisted by the uneven weight of thousands of tons of water pressing down on the forward compartments, is giving way. The bulkheads were supposed to hold. That's what you were told. She could stay afloat with 4 compartments flooded, but 5 went under. 6, maybe. You can't remember now. You press your hand to the rail and feel it vibrating. A living, dying thing. Someone near you starts praying aloud. Others follow. Hail Marys, Paternosters, verses half remembered and mumbled into sleeves. A group huddles near the second funnel, whispering to each other, arms locked. A steward walks past you, pale as salt, holding a length of rope in one hand and nothing in the other. He looks around, then kneels down and begins to tie something, not as a sailor would, but as a man trying to feel useful in the last hour of the world. The lights flicker, and then finally they go out. The ship is in darkness now. Utter, final, complete. No lanterns, no floodlights. No gentle glow from the salon windows. Just starlight and the pale sheen of frost on the deck. The wind rushes louder in your ears. You try to see your hands. You can't. Then the stern lifts sharply. Not a lurch, but a steady, terrible rise. You're pulled backward by gravity. People around you fall. You drop to your knees, grabbing the base of a davit to keep from sliding. Voices rise in pitch. Not all screaming, but all strained, stretched. You hear the sound of objects crashing down the tilted deck. Luggage, deck chairs, coal scuttles, bodies. One man tumbles past, arms outstretched, catching nothing. You close your eyes as he vanishes over the edge. The ship groans again, louder this time. A long, ripping sound, deep in the core. It's breaking, really breaking now. Not just twisting, but splitting. You can feel it in your feet, your ribs, your teeth. Steel surrendering to the ocean. You climb, slowly, painfully. Hands shaking on the rail, boots slipping on frozen wood. You don't think anymore. You just move. Upward, always upward, to the very tail of the stern, to the last high point on the last high place on this enormous, dying ship. And then, without warning, the stern surges upward. The deck goes vertical. The ship is standing. You cling to the railing as the people beside you scream, fall, vanish. The wind whistles past your ears. You feel your grip failing, your arms burning. The sea is so close now, not beneath you, but beside you, curling up like a curtain drawn too high. And then you fall. You don't remember choosing to. You just let go. And the ship, once a marvel, once a miracle, once a palace of steel and lights and confidence, continues down without you into the cold, dark sea. The first thing you feel is not cold, it's violence. The ocean doesn't embrace you, it punches, it seizes, it claws the breath from your lungs before you've even surfaced. One moment you're on the ship, clinging to the stern, boots skidding on vertical planks, arms wrapped around freezing rail. The next, you're in the sea. No warning, no preparation, no elegance. Just sudden, brutal impact and the all-consuming realization that you are no longer on something. You are in something, and it wants you. You sink. It's not deep, not yet. The stern hadn't finished rising when you let go. But it's enough. Your limbs flail, desperate for direction. Your coat, heavy with cold Atlantic spray, drags you downward. Your shoes feel like anchors. You don't remember opening your mouth, but it's full of water now. Salt, oily soot, and something else. Something metallic and old. The taste of a ship dying. You break the surface, gasping. Around you the water is churning. People are screaming. Some are silent. Arms flail in the dark, grasping at nothing. You feel someone collide with you. Shoulder, elbow, then nothing. Someone else grabs your coat, then slips away. You tread water, barely, but the shock is winning. Your heart races, your lungs burn, but your body is slowing. The cold, 28 degrees Fahrenheit, just below freezing, begins its quiet work. You don't shiver. Not yet. That comes later. First, you just slow down. You look back. Titanic still looms, but only for a moment. The stern, once towering above, now shudders. Is upright, impossibly vertical. But even that is ending. You watch as the last funnel cracks free with a terrible metallic shriek and falls toward the water. It misses you by what feels like yards. A wave surges as it hits, flinging you backward. For a moment, you're underwater again. This time you don't fight as hard. Not because you're calm, but because your limbs are already forgetting how to move. When you rise again, the ship is going, not sinking, gone. The stern slips beneath with astonishing speed. One moment it's there, iron, wood, angles, shadows, and the next it's swallowed whole. No splash, no fireworks, just a long, groaning descent into silence. The Titanic, the unsinkable ship, the pride of an empire, the floating city of lights and excess, is beneath the waves. And you are alone, not truly alone, not yet. Around you, hundreds are still afloat. Some are calling names. Others scream wordless things. Prayers, apologies, curses, pleas. You recognize none of them. Their voices blend into one rising chorus, carried on the frozen wind. Some are already silent. They float like wreckage, their heads barely above water, limbs slack. Most aren't moving. A few paddle weakly toward anything that floats. Chairs, boards, a waterlogged canvas boat flipped upside down. You start to swim. You don't remember deciding to, but you do. Your arms are numb, but they still obey. You kick, though you can't feel your feet. Somewhere to your left, you spot a dark shape. Flat, uneven, occupied. A collapsible boat, overturned, with men perched on its sides like birds on a log. You aim for it. Not because it looks inviting. It doesn't. It looks awful. Overcrowded, wet, nearly sinking. But it's not water. And that's enough. The swim is short, maybe 15 yards. It feels like a mile. Every stroke burns. You can't tell if your muscles are working or if the sea is simply pushing you along. At one point, you slip under again. When you come up, the stars seem brighter, harsher, like they're watching. You make a noise. Not a word, just a sound. And finally a hand grabs your coat. You're hauled onto the side of the raft. Not fully, there's no room, but enough to get your head out of the water. Your legs dangle in the sea, dragging like kelp. You heave, cough, retch. The man who pulled you up doesn't speak. None of them do. At least 20 are perched here, sitting ankle to ankle along the curved hull of the overturned collapsible. Officer Lightoller is among them. You recognise his cap. He gives quiet instructions, pointing toward a tighter configuration. Keep balance, he says once. Keep breathing, he says again. That's all. The boat sinks lower with every new arrival. At one point, a man tries to climb all the way on, and the whole thing nearly flips. Screams rise again. Lightoller shouts, "Stay off the top!" The man is pushed back into the water. No one helps him up again. You cling to a rope line, chest heaving. The cold is unbearable now. Not sharp, but hollow. Inside your bones. You feel your thoughts slowing, memories coming unbidden. Your sister in Queenstown, waving from the top. The man in the bunk beside you snoring like a sawmill. The deck chair that creaked when you leaned too far back. The warmth of a cup of tea somewhere, on some earlier day. You realise you may never feel warm again. Time passes strangely. Somewhere behind you, a man cries out, "We must go back." Others echo him, "Back to the people, they're drowning." But the voice that answers is flat, "We'll swamp the boats." Another voice, "We wait, then we return." You can't see them, the real life boats, the upright ones that left earlier, but they're nearby, just out of reach. Most are not full. Some have only a dozen aboard, floating in boats meant for 60. But the sea is full of hands now. If they go back too soon, they'll be overturned. So they wait, the cries in the dark grow fewer. One by one, the voices fade. The splashes stop. The sea goes still. You look out and realise the stars are reflected perfectly now. No waves, no wind, no motion at all. The only thing that moves is your breath, fogging faintly in front of you. The raft shifts beneath you. Someone has died. The weight redistributes. No one says anything. You hold on tighter. Your arms burn, but you don't let go. Not because you're strong, but because you've forgotten how to do anything else. Lightoller keeps the group balanced. He rotates people, makes them shift to avoid tipping. Someone falls off and doesn't come back up. Another says nothing, just slips away into the dark. You stop asking who's still here. It no longer matters. You try to count the stars. You lose track. You try again. It doesn't help. Eventually, in the distance, you hear a sound. Oars. At first you think it's in your head. But then the sound grows clearer. A rhythm. Not fast, but deliberate. Controlled. A voice calls out, "Is anyone alive?" You almost laugh. The voice again. "Is anyone there?" Then you see it. A lantern, swinging. Then another. A boat. Real. Upright. Near. They've come back. The boat pulls alongside. Hands reach out. Names are asked. Someone lifts you by the arms. You don't help. You can't. You're dragged over the side like a sack. You land in the bottom of the lifeboat with a thud. No one scolds you, no one cheers. Someone wraps you in a coat. Another gives you a sip of brandy. You cough it out. You're among the lucky ones. And yet, as the boat turns and rows toward the horizon, you look back one last time. The sea is flat, utterly still. And where the Titanic once stood, where 46,000 tons of steel met the Atlantic, there is only night. You awaken not in the sea, not on the lifeboat, but in a place that feels unreal. A wooden deck beneath your body, hard but unmoving. A low voice speaking beside you in an accent you don't recognize. You feel warmth, not true heat, but the absence of freezing. Then light. Too much of it. Not the sharp brilliance of a starry sky over open water, but the muted grey of a misty morning. You try to sit up and find that you can't. Not because something holds you, but because your body has not yet remembered how. You're wrapped in wool, in hands, in steam, in soft fabric. A cup is pressed to your lips. You drink something thin and warm that tastes like nothing at all. You do not speak. You could not if you tried. The ship is the RMS Carpathia. You learn this not from memory, but from the whispers around you. She is smaller than the Titanic, slower, not half so grand, and yet she is the most beautiful thing you've ever touched. She had turned from her course when the distress came through. Her captain had ordered full steam ahead, dodging ice fields in the dark, racing to a position she would never reach in time. The Titanic had gone down 2 hours before she arrived, but she'd pulled survivors from lifeboats in the grey half-light of dawn. 705 of you, each one stiff and pale, each one blinking as if waking from the same nightmare. Now she turns back toward New York. The last message is sent, the world already stirring with horror and confusion. You lie among strangers, all of whom share the same 1,000-yard stare. There is no cheering, no songs of rescue, no sense of triumph. You are not saved. You are merely not lost. For the next few days, time passes in blinks. You are moved below decks, out of the open air, into a hold converted into an infirmary, or maybe a makeshift dormitory. There are bodies around you, not corpses, but survivors like yourself, swaddled in woolen blankets and propped against bulkheads. Crewmen pass in and out. A woman speaks softly, her hands holding a sponge to a child's lips. You notice you are still wearing the same trousers, now stiff with salt. Someone brings you socks that don't fit. You wear them anyway. Meals come, and you eat without knowing what they are. Tea, bread, broth, a boiled egg. You feel guilt at every swallow. There are men who cannot lift their heads. You do not know their names. They do not ask yours. The stories begin before you even leave the ship. They float through the corridors like the chill that rises off wet clothes, drying too slowly in tight quarters. One man claims the Titanic split in half. Another swears it did not. Some speak of officers firing pistols, of lifeboats half full and pushing away from crowds screaming in the dark. There is talk of men dressed as women, of sailors obeying orders until the very last moment, of an officer who took his own life on the deck rather than choose who would live or die. There is no way to confirm any of it, and yet you absorb every word. These rumours become a sort of common language between you. When a man breaks down in sobs, no one asks why. You all know why. You hear the name Lightoller spoken with reverence, though he too is as hollow-eyed as the rest. He survived by balancing on the overturned collapsible, organising those who clung to it like driftwood. Others speak of a baker who drank himself nearly senseless before stepping into the sea and somehow floated to safety on a barrel of bread. These tales sound like inventions. They are not. Every passenger carries a piece of the story, jagged and imperfect. When you try to speak of your own, the words do not come. Not because you are ashamed, but because you do not know how to begin. New York Harbour arrives with little warning. You're called above deck and blink into the foggy skyline. Crowds line the piers. People have heard. Not everything, but enough. Headlines scream from waiting newspapers. Titanic sinks. 1,500 feared dead. Women and children first. Heroes in the night. World's greatest liner lost. You do not know if the figures are correct. You only know that more were lost than saved. When you step onto the gangway, reporters rush forward. They ask your name, where you were when the ship went down, whether you saw the iceberg, whether you were in a lifeboat. Some survivors speak eagerly, hungry for recognition or comfort. Others weep. You say nothing, moving past the cameras like a man already buried. The survivors are herded into groups. First class is met with carriages, waiting family members, hotels with warm beds and quiet staff. Second class receives sympathetic escorts, charitable offers, clean clothes. You, a third class passenger, are sent to a holding area. Nothing cruel, but nothing comforting either. A city official reads from a clipboard. You are given the name of a charity offering lodging for the indigent. No one says the word immigrant, but you hear it in their tone. You are processed, not welcomed. In the days that follow, your survival becomes paperwork. A man from the White Star Line asks for your address, your employment history, your intended destination. You have none. You intended to start fresh, to find work, to become someone. Now you are someone else entirely, an echo of a voyage that never reached its end. The line gives you a small sum, compensation they call it, enough for new clothes, perhaps a room for a week. It feels like hush money. People treat you gently, for a while. When they learn you were on the Titanic, their eyes widen. Some ask you to tell your story. Others simply touch your shoulder, as if trying to absorb a piece of your pain. You oblige a few of them, speaking carefully, omitting the worst parts. You leave out the screaming, the final moments, the silence after. But even that grows tiresome. Soon, people grow impatient. They ask what it was really like. Was it beautiful? Did you hear the music? Did the captain go down with the ship? Their interest begins to curdle into something else. Morbid curiosity. Spectacle. You stop answering. The weeks pass. You find work. Warehouse lifting mostly. You're strong enough, though your joints ache when it rains. A local church helps you find a room. You share it with two others, neither of whom were on the ship. They speak of baseball scores and wages and who's courting who. You nod along, grateful to be in a world that continues to exist, and yet you are no longer part of it. You walk the streets at night, unable to sleep. When you do sleep, your dreams are of stars over water, of the groan of metal, of cold that bites deeper than bone. Eventually the newspapers move on. The world finds new stories. Political crises. Strikes. The sinking becomes history. Tragic, yes, but distant. You are no longer a survivor. You are just a man with a job, a coat, and a silence he keeps to himself. You do not attend reunions. You do not write memoirs. You receive a letter from a cousin back home in Ireland who saw your name in a list and wept with relief. You write back briefly, and then do not write again. Years pass. The city changes. Cars become common. Skyscrapers rise. People forget. But you do not. Every April, the air feels colder. Every time you board a ferry, you grip the railing with more force than necessary. You never return to the sea. Not for pleasure, not for passage, not for anything. And yet you live. Not easily, not without pain, but you do. You walk the streets. You speak when spoken to. You age. You become, to those who meet you later in life, a quiet man, a hard worker, a reliable lodger. No one guesses that you once stood on the slanted stern of the world's grandest ship and stared death in the face. You do not speak of it. But you remember everything. You remember the thud of the iceberg, the vibration of steel underfoot, the smell of varnished wood and salt and panic. You remember the silence in the lifeboat, the weight of a man's body slipping beneath the waves, the terrible, beautiful calm of the sea after the cries had stopped. And most of all, you remember the lights that flickered once, twice, then vanished, leaving only the stars. You were told it would be hard, yes, but hard in the way a long hike is hard. A little discomfort, some bad food, a few cold nights. What no one told you was that it would break you, slowly, thoroughly, and with the dull persistence of seawater grinding down a stone. Because the Atlantic crossing isn't an adventure, it's an ordeal. And by the end of it, you'll be unrecognizable if you're even still alive. Your first mistake was stepping aboard the ship. From the outside, it looked majestic. Tall sails, a carved figurehead, the faint flutter of a flag promising new beginnings. But inside, it's a different story. Below deck, where you and most of the other poor souls are packed in, the air is thick with sweat, rot, and a tension you can feel in your teeth. The ceiling is too low to stand. The floor is sticky with old spills, and the wooden walls groan like they're already regretting the voyage. You're assigned a space that's roughly the size of a grave. You sleep there, wedged between strangers, your possessions tucked beneath your aching back. There's no pillow, no mattress, just straw that smells like mould and something worse. Above you, the ship creaks with every wave, the boards swelling and shrinking, always on the verge of splitting apart. Around you, people shift in their sleep, cough, cry, mumble prayers. The first night, someone vomits. The second night, someone dies. You don't sleep. Not really. The air below deck is so foul that even rats have started making excuses to visit the upper levels. And there are plenty of rats. Bold, confident ones. They don't scurry, they stroll. One of them stares at you while you eat your biscuit, a rock-hard slab of flour, salt, and boredom. And you're not sure who's in charge anymore. Every day begins with a shouted command and a few hours of pointless waiting. You climb to the deck, when permitted, blinking against the light like a mole dragged out of its burrow. The sun is blinding, the wind is sharp, but at least it smells less like feet. You breathe deep, trying to remember what fresh air feels like. Then someone sneezes in your direction, and the moment is over. Meals are not meals. They are events of survival. Salted pork so tough it could be used as ship armour. Dried peas that roll off your spoon like they're trying to escape. Ship's biscuit that might crack your tooth before it cracks in your mouth. If you're lucky, you can dunk it in water or beer to soften it. If you're unlucky, there's a bug in the beer. You drink it anyway. Everyone does. Drinking water is another insult. Stored in wooden barrels, it quickly becomes greenish and sour. Some try to flavour it with vinegar or citrus if they brought any. Most didn't. A few brave souls drink from rainwater caught in buckets, praying that it's cleaner than what's in the cask. Spoiler, it's not. And then the storms come. The ship tosses like a toy, pitching and rolling so violently that your stomach decides it's safer to evacuate. You cling to ropes, to walls, to people, anything that isn't moving too much. You vomit. So does everyone else. The deck is a slick of rain, bile, and panic. Below, the sick groan and the healthy wish they were sick enough to lie down. A barrel breaks loose and smashes someone's leg. There's no doctor. There's only a man with a saw and a bottle of rum. Some get better. Some get worse. Fever spreads like gossip. One by one, people develop rashes, chills, coughing fits that never end. The surgeon, really just the cook with fewer fingers, recommends bleeding, mustard plasters, or thinking positive. He pulls teeth with pliers, lances abscesses with knives, and occasionally performs a prayer while doing it. Whether the prayer is for healing or forgiveness is unclear. The dead are buried at sea, wrapped in cloth, tied to a stone, slid over the edge. There's a ceremony, but it's short. Always short. No one wants to linger on death when they're still bargaining with life. You watch as a friend you barely knew disappears into the water with a soft splash, and the next morning someone else takes their spot. The straw doesn't even have time to forget. Days blend. The sea is endless. A constant expanse of grey-blue nothingness that shifts only slightly from morning to night. You lose count. You lose interest. Conversations grow shorter. Humour dies. Your skin turns pale, then burns. Your lips crack. Your joints ache. You've developed a limp. You're not sure how or when. It's just there now. Part of the new you. At night, the dreams are worse than the days. You dream of falling, of drowning, of arriving only to be turned back. You dream of food, but it's always just out of reach. You dream of your family, but they're strangers now. Your own reflection startles you. Gaunt cheeks, hollow eyes, a beard you don't remember growing. You're shrinking inward, vanishing. You don't know what time it is anymore. The sun rises and falls, but it might as well be some distant theatre production performed for other people. Time on board is measured in hunger and headaches, in coughs that linger too long, and in how many rats you've named before they mysteriously disappear. The ship becomes a kind of hellish town, complete with social politics. There's the snorer, the weeper, the woman who tells stories from her village every night until someone finally asks her to stop. And of course there's you, the one who just keeps staring at the wall. On calmer days, the captain makes you swab the deck. Why? Who knows? Possibly just to remind you that you're alive. You mop with a ragged cloth that used to be someone's shirt, pushing fish guts and old blood toward the edge of the ship, while a sailor shouts at you to put your back into it. You have. Your back is all you've got left. Your soul already jumped overboard. There's little to do, but imagine what's waiting for you. You've heard stories. Some say there's gold in the rivers, others that the trees grow food. More grounded folk speak of open land and religious freedom. But none of that matters if you don't survive the next biscuit. Your jaw clicks when you chew. Your gums bleed. You've stopped noticing. Children on board don't cry anymore. They sit in corners with wide, distant eyes, occasionally licking the condensation off barrels. They're learning early. Hope is a thing best left on shore. And yet, somewhere between day 30 and day who even knows, your body adapts. Your stomach stops rejecting the motion. Your brain accepts the horror as normal. You stop fighting the smell. One evening, you're allowed on deck as the sun sets. It's beautiful. A riot of oranges and purples over the endless sea. For a moment, you remember why you came. Then someone nearby coughs up blood and the spell is broken. You go back below. The night before landfall, you hear a song. Someone singing an old folk tune, soft and cracked. Others join in. It's not joyful exactly. More like a ritual. A lullaby for the part of yourselves that's about to die so another part can begin. The part that will try to farm a swamp with one shovel and half a recipe for bread. And when you finally do reach shore, and the boat grinds onto the rocky beach, you feel nothing but exhaustion. The land is wet, cold, utterly silent. You kneel, not to pray, but because your knees give out. You're not the hero of this story. You're just the survivor of the prologue. You glance back at the ship. It's already turning, already leaving. No rescue. No returns. You're here now. And you wouldn't last a day. You've arrived. You're standing on the edge of the new world, boots squelching in unfamiliar mud, wind gnawing at your cheeks, and a quiet, creeping dread settling into your chest. It should feel like a triumph. Instead, it feels like a mistake that hasn't fully introduced itself yet. You've survived the voyage. Congratulations. Now the land gets its turn. Let's get one thing clear. Early America is not waiting for you with open arms. It's not offering a feast, a warm bed, or a sign that says, "Glad you made it." It's cold, damp, and strangely silent. There are trees everywhere, tall, dark, and close together, as if conspiring. You try to smile, to convince yourself this is the beginning of something noble, but the wind steals that smile before it forms. Welcome to a continent that neither asked for you nor particularly cares you exist. There's no settlement, not really. Maybe a few wooden huts hacked together by the advance party, roofs that leak more than they shelter. The ground is uneven and covered in brush. Everything smells of wet leaves, smoke, and something faintly rotten. You're told to help build. You don't know how to build. You pick up a log and follow instructions barked by someone whose only qualification seems to be louder than everyone else. The work is immediate. There's no orientation, no unpacking of bags, no polite easing into colonial life. You start chopping, stacking, hauling. You are, very suddenly, a labourer. And the land does not cooperate. The trees here are different, harder. The roots go deep. Your axe bounces off the trunk with a dull thud, and your hands blister after an hour. You pause to breathe, and someone yells that there's no time to rest. Winter's coming. Of course it is. You've never truly known cold. The cold here is wet, bone deep. It gets into your clothes, your shoes, your lungs. Your breath fogs in front of you and vanishes like every hope you had on the boat. There's no insulation in your new home, just planks. Gaps between them so wide you can see daylight even when you're indoors. You try to build a fire, but the wood is damp, the wind is relentless, and your fingers are stiff. The smoke doesn't rise. It curls around your head like a disappointed ghost. Nights are worse. You huddle in a corner of a half-finished shelter, your cloak wrapped around you, listening to the wind punch through the cracks. Someone coughs all night. Someone else mutters prayers in a language you don't know. You can't sleep. Your straw bed is wet. Your back aches. You keep one eye open for rats and the other on the ceiling in case it collapses. Morning comes with no ceremony. Just the same grim routine. Build, haul, dig, carry. You're sent to gather water. The nearest stream is a mile away, and the mud sucks at your boots with every step. The bucket's handle breaks. You patch it with twine. It leaks anyway. By the time you return, half of it's gone. No one thanks you. Someone complains it's too cold to drink. There's no food yet. Not really. You eat from stores brought on the ship. Salted meat that tastes like shoe leather, and crackers that crumble into sawdust. The communal pot simmers all day, mostly water and a turnip someone found growing wild. You take your ration in silence and try not to think about the second helping that won't come. Hunger becomes a constant background hum, like tinnitus for your stomach. The forest surrounds you, watching. It's too quiet. The birds here don't sing the way they did back home. You hear rustles, cracks, something moving in the underbrush. You don't ask what. You don't want to know. You're not afraid of the woods. You're afraid of what you don't understand about them. And there's a lot you don't understand. You try to farm. Or at least, someone says you should. The soil is rocky, the land uneven. Seeds vanish into the earth and never return. A few stunted sprouts emerge, then wilt in the wind. Someone suggests it's the wrong season. Someone else blames the devil. You just blame your hands, which haven't stopped bleeding since the second day. There are insects. So many insects. Big ones. Biting ones. Flying ones that seem to find your ears on purpose. Mosquitoes that come in swarms at dusk and leave welts the size of walnuts. You slap your neck so often you forget what your skin used to feel like. Then there are the ticks. Small, silent, and insidious. You pull one from your leg and stare at it for 10 minutes, wondering if you're about to die. You're told to be careful when wandering. Not just because of the terrain or the animals, but because of uncertainties. No one says what that means, just nods darkly and tightens their grip on a musket that looks like it's more likely to explode than fire straight. You sleep with a knife now. Not for defense, but because it gives you the illusion of control. Sanitation is theoretical. There are no toilets, just a designated patch of forest. You go with a stick and a prayer, hoping no one follows. It rains often. The mud never dries. Your boots are constantly wet. Your socks, if you still have socks, are stiff with filth. The smell becomes part of you. Every joint aches. You've stopped wiping your nose. Your nails are black. You've picked up a rash on your neck, and your lips bleed when you smile, which is rare. No one sings here. No one jokes. You work until you fall down, then get up and do it again. This land is not your enemy. It's worse. It's indifferent. It doesn't care how noble your mission was, how pious your intentions, or how optimistic your shipboard prayers. It simply exists, cold, wild, and full of things that do not need you. And slowly you realise you need it. And it does not care. The weather plays games with you. One day it's so warm you sweat through your linen shift. The next, frost bites your toes while you sleep. There's no pattern, no warning, just extremes. Your roof leaks. Your firewood is damp. The smoke clings to everything. Your clothes, your skin, your lungs. You smell like a campfire that regrets its choices. Someone goes missing. No one talks about it. Maybe they wandered too far. Maybe they fell into a ravine. Maybe something found them. Their name is spoken less and less until it fades entirely, like the last echo of a bell you only imagined. Another person gives up, stops eating, sits by the stream and stares. They're still breathing, but you know they're gone. You're supposed to build a community, a colony, but everyone is too tired. You sleep in shifts. You eat in silence. The preacher offers a sermon and no one listens. You're too busy wondering if the flour has bugs in it, and too hungry to care if it does. Someone tries to steal from the storage crate. They're caught. There's no jail, so they're tied to a post in the rain. No one intervenes. You start to forget the sound of your own voice. You speak only when spoken to. The days blur together. Wake, work, suffer, sleep, repeat. Your muscles scream, but your mind stays quiet. That's how you survive. You stop thinking. You just do. At night, you dream of home. Not with longing, but confusion. The smells are wrong. The colours too bright. The bed's too soft. You wake up disoriented and angry. You remind yourself this is what you wanted. Freedom, opportunity, land. You got all three. You just weren't told what they cost. The cost is your comfort, your health, your illusions. You came here thinking the land needed taming. But the land doesn't care. The land has been here far longer than you. It watches, it waits, and it weathers you down. Not with sudden violence, but with slow, patient erosion. And this is just the first month. The real test comes with winter. Hunger is not a feeling here. It's a companion. A constant background presence that shadows you from dawn to dusk and sleeps beside you at night. It murmurs during prayer, grumbles through conversation, and screams during silence. In early America, food is not guaranteed. It is fought for, begged for, traded for, or simply imagined. Your first taste of New World cuisine comes with low expectations and an even lower caloric return. Breakfast doesn't exist as a formal concept. There's no morning meal laid out on a table. You eat when there is food, which is not often and not much. A bite of cornmeal mush, a crust of dry bread, maybe some boiled beans. You chew slowly not to savour it, but to fool your body into thinking it's getting more than it is. There is no menu, just whatever's left, whatever's survived the journey, or whatever hasn't yet rotted in the storehouse. Spoilage is inevitable. The ship's stores, salted pork, dried peas, flour, have been slowly decaying in the humid New World air. Mice chew through sacks. Weevils swarm. Barrels swell and crack. By the time you reach for something, it's already half gone and half mould. The staple of your diet is cornmeal. Not golden, fluffy cornbread, mind you. A gritty porridge made by boiling coarse ground maize in water, then adding a bit of salt, if there's any left. You eat it hot in the morning and cold in the evening, often with nothing else. It clings to the sides of your bowl like regret and goes down with the consistency of damp sand. You miss bread, real bread, the kind you knew back home. Here, bread is a rare, precious thing. Wheat does not grow easily in this climate. The soil is too rocky, the rainfall too wild, the tools too crude. If you manage to grow wheat, thresh it, grind it, and somehow keep it dry, then you might get to bake bread once. But that requires an oven, and ovens require bricks, and bricks require time, clay, and someone who knows how not to die halfway through construction. Most of what passes for bread is made from rye, barley, or corn, mixed with whatever can stretch the dough. Acorn meal, powdered roots, even sawdust. You knead it with cold hands. Bake it in a pan over open flame, and hope it doesn't come out black on the outside and raw in the middle. The crust is tough, the inside is dense, and the flavour lands somewhere between bark and ash. Yet bread, bad as it is a luxury. Some days there's nothing. You dig up turnips the size of your fist. You boil nettles. You chew pine bark. Hunger pushes you toward the edge of reason. You start staring too long at the chickens, even though they're meant for eggs. You wonder what a squirrel might taste like. You hear stories of settlers eating leather when things got bad, shoes boiled into soup. You laugh nervously. Then you start checking your boots, and spoilage is constant. Flour goes mouldy, meat turns green, butter sours into a vinegary sludge. Even salt can fail you, growing damp and clumping into lumps that refuse to dissolve. You scrape the bad bits off. You hold your breath and eat it anyway. Cooking is improvisation. Pots are iron, heavy, and limited. You cook over open flames, dodging smoke and flying embers. There's no timer, no recipe, just instinct and whatever didn't burn yesterday. You stir your stew with the same spoon you carved last week, the one that already has a crack running through the middle. The broth bubbles, steams, smells like nothing. You add herbs, wild onions, maybe a pinch of ash that fell in. You call it seasoning. And yes, there are days when things go well. A deer is caught. A fish is pulled from the stream. Someone stumbles across wild berries. But the deer must be shared, the fish divided, the berries picked before the birds get them. The moment is sweet, short, and gone. The next day, you're back to chewing boiled roots and wondering how many more meals your teeth can survive. Food isn't just scarce, it's dangerous. Undercooked meat brings worms. Spoiled milk brings vomiting. That root you thought was edible? It wasn't. A simple misstep in foraging leads to a night of agony and a quiet burial. You learn by doing, and often by dying. You ration everything. Every biscuit is counted. Every pinch of salt is a moral decision. You find yourself arguing over who gets the crust, who needs it more, who worked harder that day. You feel ashamed. Then you feel hungry again. Shame doesn't fill your stomach. Bread does. If you're lucky. There are no meals. Only moments where food intersects your path. Lunch doesn't arrive with a bell. It arrives if someone manages to find a squirrel, or digs up a few more turnips, or remembers there's a bit of bacon rind tucked in a cloth at the back of the hut. You eat fast, not because it's good, but because someone might try to take it. You chew with suspicion. Was that grit? Mould? A bug? Doesn't matter. It's food. You think about home, about bread that rose in ovens and smelled like comfort, about butter that didn't smell like cheese, about meat that wasn't a gamble. But you don't talk about it. No one does. Talking about home invites longing. Longing weakens the group. Instead you talk about who found a wild onion, who spotted a deer track, who didn't get sick after eating that weird root last week. Children get thinner. Their eyes sink. They stop complaining and start staring. You give them your portion sometimes, then regret it when your legs go weak in the afternoon. But you'd do it again. Because there's something worse than starving. It's watching someone else do it, slowly. And then comes the barter. Trade becomes currency. You offer buttons, cloth, tools, anything that isn't food, in exchange for a bite of bread. Someone gives up a comb for half a biscuit. Someone else offers their only pair of dry socks for a hunk of dried meat. You'd be surprised what food is worth when it's the only thing standing between you and the grave. Famine doesn't come all at once. It seeps in. A day without meat, then 2. Then a week. Then the cornmeal runs low. The communal pot gets thinner. The portions shrink. The conversations stop. Everyone starts chewing slower. You go to bed earlier, not because you're tired, but because unconsciousness is the only escape from hunger that doesn't require payment. And with famine comes fear. People whisper about the last settlement, the one that vanished. No signs of a raid, just gone. Some say they starved. Some say they turned to things unspoken. You don't ask what that means. You don't want the answer. You start to hoard. Just a little. A crust tucked into your shirt. A few beans in a pouch. You tell yourself it's not stealing. It's insurance. You pray no one finds out. Or worse, that everyone already knows and is just pretending not to see. Cooking becomes sacred. The fire is tended like a shrine. The pot is stirred like a ritual. No one speaks while eating. You chew. You swallow. You try to feel full. You fail. But it's the trying that keeps you alive. And then, one evening, something small happens. A handful of wild greens. A rabbit. A slice of real bread, miraculously baked. You share it. It's gone in seconds. But for a moment, the silence is replaced with breathing. Hope doesn't return, but it glances at you from a distance. Later, you learn that some settlements didn't survive not because of disease, but because of miscalculated harvests. They planted the wrong crops, stored food poorly, ate seeds meant for the next season. Mistakes compound. A single bad harvest becomes a slow-motion catastrophe. Hunger breeds desperation. Desperation breaks order. And when that happens, it's not just your stomach that's empty. It's the law, the fellowship, the trust. You once believed food was simple. Eat when you're hungry. Now, it is everything. It is politics. It is trust. It is survival. You do not live from meal to meal. You live from bite to bite. This is not hardship. It is the new normal. And the worst part is, you get used to it. You thought the voyage was hard. You thought the land was cruel. You thought the hunger gnawed enough. But now comes the truth. All those trials were just the warm-up act. Because winter doesn't care how brave you are. It doesn't care how pious your intentions or how much wood you chopped in October. Winter is not your enemy. It's your judge. And it finds everyone wanting. It doesn't arrive all at once. First come the nights. A little colder. A little longer. You notice your breath when you speak. Your boots crunch in the morning. Frost appears on the rim of your water bucket. Then one morning, you wake and the ground is white, the wind is sharp, and every joint in your body aches before you even move. Winter has arrived, and it does not knock. Your cabin, if you can call it that, is no match. It's a box of planks nailed together in a hurry. There's a roof, more or less. There are walls, kind of. But there's no insulation. No glass windows. No chimney. Just a hearth made from stacked stones and gaps between the boards wide enough for a squirrel to poke its head through and ask how you're coping. The cold creeps in and never leaves. You sit close to the fire, but it only warms one side of you. The other side remains frozen. Your clothes are damp, your socks are stiff, and your blankets, if you're lucky enough to have any, smell like mildew and old smoke. Your fingers go numb when you sleep. Your toes stop hurting altogether. You pretend that's a good sign. It isn't. Wood becomes your obsession. You need it to survive. You burn through your stockpile in weeks, not months. You start rationing. You start stealing. You strip the furniture, the fences, the handles from broken tools. Anything that burns is fair game. You venture into the woods to chop more, but the snow is deep. Your muscles are weak, and every swing of the axe feels like an insult to your spine. There's never enough. The fire dies too quickly. You wake in the night with frost on your blanket and ice in the bucket. The wind whistles through the walls like it's looking for something to punish. You pile more rags on your bed. You sleep in your clothes. Still you shiver. Food spoils slower now. That's the only benefit. The rats stay hidden. The mould recedes. But you still don't have enough. You boil the same bones again and again, hoping flavour will return. You scrape grease from the pan and spread it on bread like it's butter. You suck on twigs, chew bark, and swear you remember the taste of carrots once. People get quiet. The cold silences everything. Laughter disappears. Songs go unsung. The preacher still mutters sermons, but even he wraps himself in 3 cloaks and ends quickly. Conversation becomes practical. More wood. That one's coughing. Stir the pot. No one wastes words. They're too heavy. And a sickness, of course, returns. Colds turn to fevers. Frostbitten toes turn black. A child dies in the night, and no one notices until morning. You dig a grave, but the ground is frozen. You chisel, you pick, you curse. Eventually, you settle for a shallow pit covered with stones. You say a prayer, if you have the breath. Sleep becomes an act of faith. You lie down not knowing if you'll wake up. You curl into yourself, a ragged cocoon of desperation. You dream of warmth, of sun, of anything not white or grey or bitter. You wake sore and tired. The world is still frozen. The fire has died again. Your skin cracks. Not metaphorically, literally. Your lips split, your hands bleed, and your nose drips a steady trail of misery. You rub grease or lard on your fingers, but it doesn't help much. Your joints feel older than you are. You're 24, but you walk like a grandfather and grunt like one too. And with the cold comes something worse. Time. Endless, frozen time. You can't plant. You can't build. You can't travel. You can barely move. You sit by the fire and stare at the walls, waiting for something to change. It doesn't. The days are short, the nights are endless, and the only thing moving is your breath in the air. The animals are smarter. They've disappeared. The birds flew south. The deer retreated into the deep woods. The bears are asleep. Only the crows remain, perching in the trees like little prophets, waiting for something to die. You watch them and wonder if they know your name. Water is both too much and not enough. Snow is everywhere, but it's frozen and useless until you melt it, and melting it costs precious fuel. You eat soup more often because it's hot and fills the belly, even when it's just turnip water with a single bean floating in it. You drink it slowly, savouring the illusion of nourishment. Cabin fever is real. People grow irritable, then silent. Arguments break out over nothing. Who touched the woodpile? Who took the last ladle of broth? Who's breathing too loud? You withdraw into yourself, clutching your blanket and pretending not to hear. A man leaves one morning, angry, coatless. No one sees him again. Someone finds his hat in the snow weeks later, frozen solid. The children stop playing. They sit quietly, bundled in layers, staring at the fire. You try to entertain them, tell stories, sing songs, but your voice is hoarse, and your hands tremble. A child asks if spring is real, or just something people made up. You don't answer. Frost forms on the inside of the walls. Your breath clouds in front of your face. The fire is barely holding. Someone has a cough that won't stop. They're moved to the far side of the hut. You try not to listen. Try not to think about what it means. You wrap your scarf tighter and keep the axe close. Not for wood. For what happens if someone starts thinking about desperate things? Some mornings you wake and your hair is frozen to the wall. You pull away slowly, wincing, and blink at the thin light coming through the cracks. It's another day. You made it. That's all you can say. You made it. This is winter in early America. It does not care how well you planned. It does not reward the diligent or punish the lazy. It comes like a judgment and stays like a curse. And if you survive, if you crawl out of the season with all your fingers and most of your soul intact, congratulations. You've passed the test until next year. Spring becomes a rumour, a myth people whisper about when they think the walls aren't listening. You remember warm rain, green shoots, the sound of bees, but it feels more like a dream than a memory. The snow keeps falling. Your shoulders stay hunched. You haven't felt sunlight in weeks. You mark the days with scratches on the beam. They start to blur. Was that Sunday or Monday? Does it matter? The calendar is a luxury now. Time is measured by how low the woodpile is. How many spoons of flour remain? How many coughs before someone goes silent? And when the thaw finally comes, slow, wet, miserable, it's not a celebration. The snow melts into mud. The ground gives way beneath your boots. The roof starts leaking again, but the air smells different. There's movement in the trees. You hear birds. You weep. And it surprises you. Spring didn't save you. You saved yourself. Barely. Winter tried to erase you. You clung to the edge of life with frost-bitten fingers and splintered tools and faith that cracked more than once. And now you get to do it all over again. You wonder how the people around you still go on. The woman who lost her child but still stokes the fire. The old man with one eye who hums quietly as he whittles kindling. There's no heroism here, just endurance. A slow, stubborn refusal to die. And in that there is something close to hope. Not bright or loud, but solid. Like the last coal in the hearth, glowing faintly, daring the cold to snuff it out. In early America, work is not something you do. It is something you survive. There are no weekends, no holidays unless they're religious, and still somehow exhausting. No coffee breaks, no casual Friday. There is only one rule: you work or you die. You wake before the sun, because sleeping past dawn is a luxury reserved for the dead. Your hands are already sore from yesterday. Your back aches. Your knees feel like they've been borrowed from a man twice your age and returned broken. You stretch only because staying curled hurts more. Someone nearby is already moving. You hear water sloshing in a bucket. Fire being coaxed from dying embers. A cough that sounds more ominous than it did last week. Breakfast, if it happens at all, is fast and functional. Maybe a chunk of stale bread, a bit of cold porridge, a sip of weak beer, because the water is likely carrying new and exciting diseases. Then it's out the door, into the mud, the cold, or the heat, depending on which seasonal punishment the weather gods have chosen for you. If you're a man, your job is outside. If you're not dying, you're chopping, digging, ploughing, hauling or hammering. The fields don't plough themselves, and the forests don't magically become houses. You spend your day fighting the earth, digging up rocks, tilling rocky soil, praying for rain, then cursing when it floods. You build fences that fall down in storms, chop trees that splinter the axe, carry logs that threaten to snap your spine, and always, always you sweat. Your tools are few and crude. An iron hoe, a wooden plough, maybe an axe with a handle that's seen better centuries. If you're lucky, you have a horse or an ox to help. If you're not, congratulations, your shoulders are the horse now. There's no mechanic, no toolbox, no spare parts. If something breaks, you fix it with string, spit, and creative swearing. Your clothing works against you. Wool in summer, linen in winter, boots that leak, gloves that don't exist. Your hands crack and bleed. Your nails split. Splinters become permanent features of your palm. You carry hay, mud, firewood, and sometimes other people. Your spine is less a column and more of a suggestion. If you're a woman, your workday is somehow worse. Everything the men do, plus everything else. You cook, clean, sew, haul, nurse, parent, and mend. You wake the earliest and sleep the latest. You spin wool until your fingers are raw, knead dough until your knuckles cease, and churn butter until your arms feel like lead. You chop firewood, carry water, and then somehow still serve the meal without collapsing. Childcare isn't a break, it's an added job. Babies are carried on hips while you stir pots. Toddlers cling to skirts while you dig up potatoes. You breastfeed one child while telling another to stop hitting the goat. No one thanks you. There's no applause, just more work. Children don't get a pass. As soon as they can walk without falling over, they're put to work. Feeding chickens, gathering kindling, carrying water, picking stones from the fields. No toys, no schooling, unless someone taught you to read between chores. A child is not a child. They're just a shorter worker with fewer rights. If one manages to sit still for too long, someone will hand them a task just to maintain the natural order of misery. Illness doesn't excuse you. If you're not coughing up blood, you're expected to help. A sprained ankle means you crawl instead of walk. A fever means you take more breaks, not that you stop. If you die, well, that's one less mouth to feed, and one less pair of hands to disappoint the fields. Work does not pause for grief. It barely nods at it. Sundays are theoretically a day of rest, but they're not restful. You go to church, which might mean walking miles in bad shoes, sitting on a backless bench, while a man in robes shouts about sin, and then walking home again, thinking about how you still have to cook supper and mend your shirt. If it's winter, the church is freezing. If it's summer, it's a sweatbox full of flies and the unwashed. Some work is specialised. If you're a blacksmith, your world is heat, hammer, and smoke. You burn yourself regularly, inhale metal dust, and go half deaf from the clang of iron on iron. If you're a cooper, you make barrels for food storage, water, ale, and if you mess it up, something spoils and people starve. A tanner works with hides, urine, and lime. Their hands are perpetually raw. Their clothing stinks. Their lungs slowly give out. Even the easier jobs aren't easy. Tailoring. You sit hunched over a candle, stitching through rough cloth with a dull needle until your eyes cross. Cooking. You stand over an open hearth, breathing smoke, getting blisters, burning your palms. Midwifery? You help bring life into the world with no tools, no sterilisation, and every chance of watching mother or child, or both, slip away. Work is constant. There's always something broken, always something leaking, always something rotting, missing, or catching fire. You patch roofs in the rain. You dig ditches in the dark. You fix carts with rope and prayer. You shear sheep and chase pigs and clean tools that never stay clean. You sweep the floor, even though dirt is a permanent resident. At night, your muscles scream. You lie on straw and feel every stone beneath you. Your legs twitch. Your hands cramp. You fall asleep mid-sentence. You wake still tired. And then you do it again. The seasons change the job, but never the burden. In spring, you plant. In summer, you weed and haul and swat at clouds of insects that treat your skin like a feast. In autumn, you harvest, haul, and preserve what little you manage to coax from the earth. In winter, you split wood, fight frost, and spend hours just keeping the fire alive. You work harder to not freeze than you ever did to not starve. You dream of rest, but even your dreams are filled with chores. Fetch water, shuck corn, chase chickens. You have nightmares about losing tools, because replacing one could mean trading away your only boots. And everything you do with the knowledge that it might not be enough. One late frost, one early flood, one outbreak of fever, and your entire season's work turns to ash. You're always one bad week away from ruin. There are no sick days, no second chances, no promotions, just survival, broken fingernails, and the deep, quiet knowledge that no matter how hard you work today, tomorrow won't care. Work doesn't make you stronger. It wears you down. It blunts your mind. It hollows your body. You stop looking people in the eye because you're too tired. You forget how to laugh unless the joke is about finally dying. But still, you get up every day because no one else will do it for you. This is your job in early America. Not a career, not a calling, just the daily act of not giving up. And whether you're ploughing soil, scrubbing floors, nursing children, or gutting fish, you do it until the day your hands finally stop moving. And even then, someone will expect you to be buried quickly so they can get back to work. Sometimes someone breaks. They sit down in the middle of a task and just stop. No crying, no speech, just stillness. Their eyes go glassy, their hands go limp, and after a few minutes, someone else quietly takes over their work. No one talks about it, because everyone knows it could be them next. One bad night, one pulled muscle, one missing meal. That's all it takes. So you work, you endure. Because in early America, your worth is measured by your labour. And when the day comes that you can no longer contribute, when your back gives out or your legs won't carry you, there is no retirement. There is only absence, and a new name added to the list of the gone. The sky darkens, and the tools are finally laid down, not because the work is finished, but because the light is gone. You trudge home, muscles screaming, knowing tomorrow will be the same. And the cruelest part, some tiny piece of you is grateful. Grateful that there will be a tomorrow. You don't catch sickness in early America. It catches you. Slowly at first, through a cough that won't go away, a cut that refuses to heal, or a strange aching behind the eyes. Then all at once, it has you. And when it does, there's no doctor coming. No clean sheets. No medicine cabinet. Only prayer, boiling water, and blind hope. every breath is a risk. Every drop of water, every scrape of food, every hand you shake. If you're lucky enough to live among people clean enough to shake hands, could be carrying your next great undoing. Germ theory isn't a thing yet. Disease is blamed on bad air, divine punishment. Or perhaps that neighbour you always suspected was a bit too cheerful. The local remedies are a mixed bag. One person recommends garlic, another mustard plasters. Someone else swears by powdered toad. Whatever the cure, it's administered with shaking hands and absolute confidence, which is comforting until you realise no one actually knows what they're doing. You're already starting from behind. Your diet is trash. You're malnourished, underslept, and chronically exhausted. Your immune system is working overtime just to keep your body from eating itself. So when illness comes, and it always comes, it hits like a hammer. Coughs last for weeks. Fevers burn hot and wild. Cuts go septic. Teeth rot and fall out. A splinter in the wrong place can lead to an amputation. You can die from stepping on a nail. You can die from childbirth, a stomachache, a bad glass of milk. You can die from eating the wrong berry or not eating at all. Life is a parade of minor symptoms with lethal potential. And let's not forget dysentery, nature's way of reminding you who's really in charge. It's not glamorous, it's not dramatic. It's just slow, messy dehydration until your insides give up and everything shuts down. There's no dignity in it, just a bed of straw and someone whispering the Lord's Prayer while trying not to gag. There are no hospitals. The sick are treated in the same room where people eat, sleep, and argue. There's no privacy, no sanitation, and no mercy. You lie in your corner of the hut, sweating, shaking, hallucinating, and hoping you don't disturb the others too much. Because if you do, they might decide to move you outside, and you won't come back in. The treatments, such as they are, come from a mixture of folklore, desperation, and half-remembered advice. Bleeding is popular. You're too hot, too cold, acting strangely. Out comes the blade or the leech. Bloodletting is considered a universal reset button, even if the patient's last words are, "I feel dizzy." It's not uncommon to pass out mid-treatment. Some don't wake back up. Herbs are the next line of defence. Chamomile, sage, horehound, yarrow. Names whispered like spells. They're steeped, crushed, poulticed, and rubbed onto wounds with great ceremony. Sometimes they help. Sometimes they do nothing. Sometimes they make things worse. But the smell at least convinces you that something is being done. Toothaches are their own brand of misery. You feel it first as a dull throb, then sharp pain, then swelling. Then the whole side of your face balloons and you can barely speak. There are no dentists, only a brave fool with a pair of tongs and a bottle of rum. You're told to bite down on leather and hold still. The crack is audible. The pain is indescribable. Infection is almost guaranteed. Midwives double as doctors, herbalists, and therapists. They deliver babies in firelit huts with nothing but rags, boiled water, and prayer. They handle fevers, wounds, miscarriages, and mystery illnesses with quiet authority. And yet, they're constantly at risk of being accused of witchcraft. Because knowing too much is dangerous, especially if you're a woman. And then there's smallpox. It doesn't knock. It kicks in the door. Red spots appear. First as a nuisance, then as a verdict. You're isolated. Not for your safety, for theirs. The sores swell, burst, and crust over. You itch until you bleed. You're disfigured for life if you survive. Many don't. You hear stories from nearby towns. Entire families wiped out. Children gone in a week. A man who dug 6 graves in 2 days. A preacher who held a funeral for his own wife from the doorstep, too afraid to enter the room. The disease moves faster than gossip. By the time you hear about it, it's already here. Injury is common. Axes slip, horses kick, fires burn. You fall, you bleed, and then you hope. A broken leg means weeks of pain and immobility, and if you're lucky, someone helps carry you. If not, you crawl. There's no cast, no splint beyond sticks and rags. The bone might heal, or it might heal wrong. Now you limp for the rest of your life. Assuming the infection doesn't win first, mental illness is a concept that hasn't been invented yet. Sadness is sin. Melancholy is weak faith. Anxiety is cowardice. If you speak of hearing voices or act strangely, you're whispered about. If you're a woman, the word hysteria starts making the rounds. If you're loud about your suffering, you might find yourself locked in a cellar, or worse, blamed for bringing the sickness to begin with. Water doesn't help. Not in the way it should. Clean water is a fantasy. What you drink is usually river runoff, shared with animals, filled with silt, leaves and invisible threats. Boiling helps, but fuel is precious. You bathe rarely, if at all, because cold water chills the bones, and warm water is considered medically risky. Bathing opens the pores, they say. That's how the illness gets in. So you don't bathe, you don't rest, you barely eat. And then one day, your body fails. You faint, you fall. You vomit blood or cough up something dark and clotted. People around you avoid eye contact. They start whispering your name in the past tense. If you're important, maybe a preacher comes. If not, someone mutters a prayer from across the room. A cloth is placed on your forehead. You're told to drink broth. You can't keep it down. Your stomach turns against you. Your bowels follow. Your breath rattles. Sometimes you recover. Sometimes it passes. But the world keeps turning either way. If you die, there's a hole waiting. If you live, there's a job waiting. There's no long recovery. No soft re-entry into daily life. The day you can stand is the day you're handed a bucket and told to fetch water. You learn to spot the signs early. A shiver too long. A cough that echoes. Eyes that don't focus. You learn who might last and who probably won't. You stop asking if someone feels better. You stop offering advice. You just tighten the blankets and keep the fire going. It's the most you can do. Sometimes someone survives something they shouldn't. A fever that broke. A wound that closed. People call it a miracle. They thank God. The survivor says nothing, because deep down, they know it wasn't divine mercy. It was chance. Dumb, brutal luck. And there's always another illness waiting. New settlers bring new plagues. The weather changes and something strange spreads again. You cough. You pray. You drink something foul and bitter that a neighbour swears saved their cousin. You don't believe it, but it burns going down. So at least it feels like something is happening. Eventually, your body is not your own. It belongs to the rhythms of the colony, the limits of early medicine, and the whims of fate. You walk slower. You breathe harder. You sleep more but rest less. And one day, when the fever comes for you again, you know it might be the last. There's no insurance, no nurses, no quiet white rooms with beeping machines and floral wallpaper. There's just a straw mattress, a wooden bowl of tepid water, and someone you love sitting nearby, too tired to cry. Illness in early America doesn't ask permission. It doesn't wait for a convenient time. It doesn't spare the strong or the faithful. It simply arrives, stays as long as it wants, and leaves a trail of silence behind it. And when it's gone, if you're still alive, you go back to work. Because in early America, health is a temporary condition, but labour is eternal. In early America, freedom is a myth carved into future monuments, not something you'll find in your daily life. Authority is not questioned, it is endured. You don't speak up, you don't speak out, you barely speak unless spoken to. And even then, you choose your words like they might be your last, because they might be. Power wears many faces: the preacher, the governor, the magistrate, the landowner, the militia captain, the man with the Bible in one hand and a musket in the other. Sometimes they're the same person. Sometimes they disagree with each other, but all of them outrank you, and you are expected to obey. Not out of respect, but because the cost of resistance is immediate and often public. Laws exist, but not the kind you argue with. Not the kind printed neatly and explained with care. They're passed down through warning and punishment. You learn the rules when you see someone whipped for breaking them, when someone disappears after speaking too freely, when a man is nailed by the ear to a post because he stole a loaf of bread. Justice here isn't blind. It's looking right at you, with a raised eyebrow and a hand on its belt. Petty crimes are met with brutal solutions. Theft can cost you your fingers. Lying in court might earn you a split tongue or a branding. Speaking ill of a magistrate can have you standing in the stocks for days, covered in spit and whatever else the townsfolk can throw. If you're lucky, your punishment ends with humiliation. If not, it ends with a noose. Executions are not hidden. They are scheduled events, community gatherings where children are advised to watch so they'll learn something. A gallows is as common as a water well. A hanging draws a crowd. A burning draws a bigger one. And all of this, all the lashes and gags and pillories, are considered necessary. Good, even. They keep order. They teach discipline. They make examples. You're not asked to understand. You're asked to comply. Religion is law's older brother. Older, stricter, and far more imaginative when it comes to punishments. The preacher watches you closely. He listens for blasphemy in your tone, insubordination in your silence. Church attendance is not optional. Missing Sunday service is like slapping God across the face. Fines, public confession, or worse can follow. You stand in the church, shoulder to shoulder with others who smell like smoke and fear. You nod when expected. You repeat what's told to you. You don't dare look bored. The sermons are long, thunderous warnings of fire and damnation. Hell is vivid, detailed. A place more real than your own bedroom, if you had one. And you can be punished for what you think. Not just what you do. If you say the wrong thing about Scripture, about God, about the preacher himself, you risk the label of heretic. Or worse, witch. Either label can end with you floating face down in the river. Women and outsiders are especially vulnerable. If you're a woman who speaks too boldly, you're hysterical. If you heal with herbs, you're suspicious. If you have knowledge, you're dangerous. Outsiders, the poor, the foreign, the strange, are useful only when silent. Any challenge to the social hierarchy is met with cold efficiency. You're taught not to resist. You're taught to survive. Children are raised in this same shadow. They are disciplined early and often. A child who disobeys is thrashed, not just by the parents, but by any adult nearby. Schools are few and rarely kind. Education, where available, is a strict affair filled with rote memorization, canings, and the constant threat of being made an example. There is no privacy. There is no dissent. Even your thoughts feel borrowed from the sermon you heard last week. You move like a ghost through your own life, careful not to upset anyone. Authority is not a person. It's the air itself, watching, listening, waiting. The rules change depending on who you are. If you're a servant or indentured, your rights are theoretical. You follow orders or you're beaten. If you complain, you're punished. If you try to escape, you're hunted. If you're caught, you're maimed. There's always someone above you, someone with the power to ruin you with a gesture. Even freemen must tread carefully. Speak too loudly in the tavern about the governor's tax? Expect a visit. Argue with your landlord? You might find your goods accidentally confiscated during a search. There's no due process. There's barely process. Most accusations don't end in trial. They end in example. And if you're enslaved, there is no protection at all. You're not a person. You are property. You can be beaten, sold, starved, or killed without consequence. The law exists to protect your owner's investment in you, not your body, not your life, and certainly not your freedom. Gossip is a weapon. The whispers of your neighbours can destroy you faster than any court. She looked too long at the preacher. He doesn't bow when he passes the governor. There are, of course, no appeals, no higher court to hear your plea. If you're punished unjustly, the only recourse is prayer. And even then, you're expected to apologise first. Forgiveness exists for the powerful. For everyone else, there's repentance or ruin. And yet, even in this grim order, people cling to their places. Not because they love obedience, but because fear is easier than chaos. The idea of no law, no rules, is more terrifying than a cruel one. At least here, you know what the punishment is. You've seen it. You've smelled it. You've heard it in the cries of those who didn't step carefully enough. Sometimes the punishments are symbolic. A person is forced to wear a sign, thief, drunkard, liar, made to stand in the town square, eyes down, shame on display. Sometimes they are literal, ears cropped, noses slit, brands pressed to skin like livestock. The scars never go away. They mark you forever. And not just your skin, your reputation, your prospects, your children's futures. You learn the dance. You bow deeper. You speak softer. You nod more often than you mean it. You make yourself small in the presence of power, not just for safety, but for survival. You don't complain when the taxes rise. You don't question when the rules change. You don't point out that the preacher's son never gets punished. Because you know how quickly a grumble turns into a trial. There is no revolution in your bones, no fire in your chest. There is a quiet acceptance. The same kind animals have when they recognize the shape of the cage. You might dream of something better, but not out loud. You might speak of fairness, but only behind closed doors, and only in a whisper. Your children learn the same lessons. They watch you endure. They see you obey. They understand, even before they can walk, that survival requires silence, that power flows one way, and standing in its path only gets you swept aside. It is not heroism that gets passed down. It is caution, care, calculation. And so life continues. You rise, work, nod, kneel, and sleep, all under the watchful eye of authority. It doesn't matter if the rules make sense. It doesn't matter if you agree. What matters is that you follow them. Because in early America, the law isn't just written on paper, it's carved into people. The silence isn't peace, it's pressure. A tight-lipped calm stretched thin over fear. And everyone you meet, no matter how polite, is balancing on that same edge, nodding along, praying quietly, and doing their best not to be next. And if you wonder why no one revolts, why no one resists, the answer is simple. Because everyone knows someone who did, and they remember what happened to them in detail. In public, in pain, that's all it takes. In early America, being a woman isn't just difficult, it's doubly so. You don't simply live through hardship. You do it while carrying everyone else's burden on your back, wrapped in homespun linen, holding a child in one arm and a cooking pot in the other. Whatever the men do, women are expected to match, and then keep going. You rise before the men, not out of choice, but because someone has to start the fire, fetch the water, and stir whatever's left in the cooking pot from the night before. You might have slept 2 or 3 hours, maybe more, if the baby didn't scream through the night, or if your husband didn't come home drunk and short-tempered. You pray silently, or maybe just sigh, a quieter form of survival, and start your day. Breakfast is not served, it is assembled. You boil cornmeal, scrape ash from the hearth, and knead yesterday's dough. The fire spits sparks onto your hands. You wince, wipe sweat from your forehead with a soot-smeared sleeve, and keep going. By the time the others are stumbling awake, you've already been working for an hour. Child rearing is not its own job. It's background noise to all the others. You carry a baby on your hip while stirring pottage, sewing a shirt, or chopping vegetables. You learn to balance an infant with one arm and hoist a water bucket with the other. When the child cries, you hush it without breaking stride. There's no nursery, no playpen, no time-out corner. Only the edge of a dirt floor where you lay the child and pray it doesn't roll into the fire. Cleaning is constant and futile. There is no soap. Water must be hauled in buckets. The floor is made of packed earth that turns to mud when wet, dust when dry, and filth in between. You sweep it daily with a bundle of straw tied to a stick, knowing full well it will never be clean. Not really, not for long. Laundry is not a weekly chore, it's a siege. Clothes are scrubbed on washboards, if you have one, or against a flat stone by the river. You kneel in the cold, raw water, scraping fabric with lye or ash soap that burns your skin and chaps your knuckles. Then you wring it dry, with hands already swollen, and hang it in the wind, praying the rain doesn't return. There are no dryers. If it rains again, you start over. Sewing and mending are endless. Your family owns maybe 1 or 2 sets of clothes each. You patch holes with scrap, re-stitch every seam until the fabric looks more thread than cloth. You save buttons like gold, straighten old needles over fire, and squint by candlelight after everyone else is asleep. If someone tears their only shirt, it becomes your emergency. Then comes cooking. Forget recipe books. There's no oven, no timer, no measurements. You cook with instinct and heat and guesswork. A pot over the hearth, bubbling with a mix of root vegetables and regrets. You taste with your fingers. Add salt when it's available. Stir constantly, because if it burns, no one eats. If someone gets sick, you're blamed. If someone complains, you take it quietly, because silence is expected. Gratitude is not. You also tend the garden, assuming you're lucky enough to have one. You weed it, water it, protect it from insects, birds and hungry neighbours. It's your insurance policy. If it fails, your family starves. If it succeeds, the men praise God, and you go back to weeding. On top of all this, you're expected to manage the emotional temperature of the home. If your husband is cruel, you endure it. If he's sad, you console him. If your children misbehave, it's your fault. If anything breaks, a dish, a chair, your spirit, you clean it up and carry on. Marriage is not an escape. It is a transaction. You are a dowry, a womb, a worker. Love, if it happens, is a fortunate accident. Your wedding may be small and quiet, with no ring and no gown, just a handshake and a prayer and a new life of labour under a different roof. Pregnancy is not a sacred glow. It's a gamble. Each time your belly swells, you wonder if you'll live through it. There are no doctors, no prenatal vitamins, no clean sheets, just a midwife, if you're lucky, and a set of hands you pray are steady. Labour can last hours, days. You scream into cloth, claw at the floor, bleed into straw. If the child lives, you thank God. If you live, you call it mercy. If neither happens, the others clean up quietly and move on. And when the child is born, the work doubles. Diapers don't exist. You tear rags and wash them over and over. You nurse constantly. You rock the baby while kneading bread, while boiling herbs and while scraping soot from the hearth. And if the baby dies from fever, from hunger, from cold, you are expected to mourn silently and keep working. You're not allowed to be weak. If you cry too much, you're unstable. If you shout, you're hysterical. If you resist, you're dangerous. If you know too much, you're a witch. You learn to speak softly, bow your head, and swallow your fury. Your life is survival in a corset of silence. And yes, you wear a corset. Not the ones in costume dramas. Yours is a stiff, scratchy thing, meant to straighten your back and suppress your body. You lace it up while nursing a toddler. You work in it. You sleep in it. You learn to move with it until the discomfort becomes part of your posture. There are no mirrors. Your reflection is in a bucket of water, if it's still enough. You forget your face. You forget your shape. You forget how to describe yourself beyond what you do. Wife, mother, servant, midwife. No adjectives, only titles. Courtship is brief. Flirting is a risk. If you smile too much, you're asking for attention. If you refuse a man's interest, you're rude. If something happens to you, something unspeakable, you are blamed for it. Your virtue is everyone's concern until it's gone. Then it's your problem alone. Even in church, your place is at the edge. You sit behind the men. You speak only to sing, and even then, not too loudly. You memorize scripture, but aren't asked what it means. The preacher talks about obedience, and everyone knows he's talking to you. Some women break the mould. Healers, spinsters, widows with sharp tongues. But most don't last long. Suspicion clings to them. If a child falls ill, it was the midwife's fault. If crops fail, it's the widow's stare. If a cow stops giving milk, someone remembers the herbalist said something odd last Tuesday. That's how it starts. Then come the whispers. Then comes the trial. Sometimes they drown you. Sometimes they burn you. Sometimes they just banish you to the edge of a village where the cold and the wolves wait patiently. You age fast. The sun creases your skin before you're 30. Your hands are calloused. Your hair greys early. You have stretch marks, scars, burns, missing teeth. All earned, none complained about. You're expected to smile anyway, to laugh softly, to keep the peace, to keep everyone else whole while you quietly fall apart. And even when you've done everything right, stayed silent, worked hard, obeyed, there's no guarantee. Your husband might die. Your children might starve. Your home might burn. And you'll be left alone, a widow in a world that fears independent women more than famine. So you work twice, you suffer twice, and you are remembered, if at all, only by the apron you left behind, still stained, still warm. Because in early America, a woman's work is never done, and neither is her silence. And yet somehow, despite all of it, women endure. They carry generations forward with aching arms and silent strength, weaving resilience into every stitch, every scar, every spoonful of soup. No one thanks them. No one notices. But they keep going. From the moment your boot touches this continent's soil, you carry with you not just disease and iron and scripture, but assumptions, heavy, invisible ones. You assume this place is empty. You assume it's yours. You assume that the people already here will either help you, fear you, or get out of the way. None of those assumptions are correct. The land is not empty. It has paths, stories, names. Older than your family, older than your king, older than the ink on your colonial charter. The people are not few. There are nations here, not scattered tribes. Cultures with governments, customs, languages, boundaries. Some live in longhouses, some in birch bark wigwams, others in lodges, earthworks, plank houses. All of them more adapted to this land than you are. But you don't understand that. You don't even try. Because in your world, maps are drawn with blank spaces, and ownership comes with paper and a wax seal. So when you see people on your land, you see trespassers. When they watch you from the tree line, you feel threatened, not because of what they do, but because you cannot imagine a world in which you are not in charge. The first encounters are often tense, cautious. You trade small things, a knife, a copper kettle, beads. They offer you food, pelts, tobacco. They gesture for peace, sometimes with curiosity, sometimes with resignation. They've seen your kind before. You, however, have never seen anyone like them, and that unnerves you. Their faces are unreadable to you. Their expressions don't match your expectations. Their language is unfamiliar. Their silence feels ominous. Their smiles feel suspicious. You can't read them, so you decide they must be hiding something. You don't know what, but it must be dangerous. You try to communicate, you point. You speak louder, as if volume translates meaning. You mimic. You gesture. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes they understand perfectly and pretend they don't, because they're not sure yet whether you're a threat, a fool, or both. You assume their help is automatic, their land a gift. If they show you how to grow maize or where the fish are, you call it a divine blessing, not survival knowledge painstakingly passed down over centuries. If they teach you something, you write it in your journal as your own discovery. If they warn you not to settle near a certain stream, and you do anyway, you call the resulting flood an act of God. Their customs confuse you. They don't rush meals. They don't shake hands. Their leaders don't dress in lace or carry swords. When they speak, it takes longer. Not because they're slow, but because words matter. Silence is part of the language. And when they decide, they do so together. A concept as foreign to you as the plants in their medicine pouches. And still, You label them savages. Not because they are, but because they don't mirror you. They don't kneel the same way. They don't pray in Latin. They don't build fences or tally land deeds. So you decide they must be lesser. This comforts you. It gives you permission. You fear what you don't control. So you start to arm yourself more visibly. You build higher walls. You look for excuses. A rumour of a stolen cow becomes a justification for a raid. A glance in the wrong direction is all it takes to escalate a meeting into a conflict. You don't understand their politics, so you assume they have none. You don't recognise their diplomacy, so you call it trickery. They see what's coming. Most of them always did. Sometimes they leave offerings, corn, fish, a woven mat, as signs of peace. You assume they're tribute. You assume you're winning. But it's not submission. It's strategy. They are trying to avoid war. They know what war with you will mean. They've seen the weapons. They've buried the dead. And yet, not all encounters turn violent. Sometimes alliances form. Temporary, uneasy ones. You need them to survive the winter. They need you to trade for iron tools. You smoke pipes together. Share meals. Exchange gifts. There is laughter. You begin to feel at ease. And that's when you make the mistake. You assume friendship is ownership. That their tolerance is consent. That a patch of shared hunting ground is now your field. You build fences. You dig wells. You claim. You plant your flag. And when they resist, when they ask questions, when they draw lines, when they remind you of the agreements, you feel betrayed. You call them hostile, unreasonable, ungrateful. You forget that you were the guest. And so the pattern begins. You call for backup. More settlers arrive. More land is cleared. The forest shrinks. The rivers grow cloudy. The animals flee. The balance breaks. They warn you again. They hold councils. They send runners with messages, painted sticks, bundles of arrows left at your doorstep. Each a language you refuse to learn. Each a signal you ignore. And then, one morning, it happens. A skirmish. A death. Maybe accidental, maybe not. Someone's hut burns. Someone's brother is found dead near a stream. And now it's war. You don't know the terrain. They do. You march in formation. They move through trees. Your bright coats make you targets. Their silence makes them ghosts. You outnumber them, but numbers aren't everything when your enemy knows every shadow. Sometimes you win. Your weapons are louder. Your reinforcements steadier. You burn their villages. Take prisoners. Push borders. And you call it victory. Sometimes you lose. You vanish into the forest and are never found. A poisoned arrow ends you in the dark. A trap snaps your leg and you bleed into the soil. No one writes your name down. Your disappearance becomes a rumour. But even when peace returns, it is brittle. A temporary pause between misunderstandings. You call it a treaty. They call it a warning. You sign your name and they sign with symbols, not because they cannot write, but because their meaning is not your language. You walk away satisfied. They walk away wary. Years pass. More ships arrive. More fences are built. Forest paths become roads. Wigwams give way to taverns, and still they adapt. They survive. Some convert, some trade, some marry, some vanish into hills or are herded onto distant lands you've never seen, but they never disappear entirely. No matter what your map says, no matter how many statues you build, or schools you fund, or stories you write. And you, the settler, the guest, the stranger, live on the land now, but not alone. Every step you take is on memory. Every harvest, every brick, every town square is layered over lives you never understood. Because in early America, the greatest mistake wasn't violence. It was arrogance. You assumed they were simple. You assumed they were gone. You were wrong. And still today, in quiet clearings and beside old rivers, the echoes remain. Not in your language, not in your monuments, but in the shape of the land, the forgotten trails, the herbs that grow where old hands once planted them. You don't see it, you don't ask, but it's there, waiting, watching, remembering. You recall one night, cold, silent and fogged in moonlight, when a figure stepped from the trees. Not armed, not angry, just watching. You froze, hand on your musket. They said nothing, just looked. You tried to speak, but no words came. And then they were gone. The next morning your traps were sprung but empty. Your firewood was gone, and someone had left a woven token, a small deer made of grass, beside your door. You burned it without thinking. But you never slept soundly again, because deep down you knew. They had given you a message, and you had missed it. Because in early America, the most dangerous thing you could bring to a meeting was not a musket, but ignorance. Later, when you tell the story, you'll edit out the silence, the confusion, the fear you felt when you realized they understood you better than you understood them. You'll call it a misunderstanding, a necessary war. But somewhere in the back of your mind, the forest never stops watching. You wake up tired, again. There is no such thing as a full night's sleep in early America. The straw pokes through your blanket. The baby cried half the night. The wind found a new gap in the wallboards and needled your spine like a curse. When you finally stir, your legs feel twice their weight. Your back has stiffened like rawhide. You sit up slowly and remember, you're only 30, and yet you feel 80. This is the end of your day, though the sun's just rising. Because here, a long life is short, and the days drag like broken oxen through mud. Time doesn't slip by, it claws at you. One sunrise at a time, it erodes you down to nothing. You start with the fire, always the fire. You rake the coals, blow softly, feed it kindling and scraps. If the fire has died entirely, you trudge to a neighbour's hearth, hat in hand, hoping for an ember. Without it, there's no breakfast, no heat, no comfort, just cold, stiff hands and teeth that ache in your skull. You eat if there's food. More cornmeal. Maybe a piece of dried apple, if it wasn't nibbled by mice. You chew slowly, not for pleasure, but because chewing any faster risks cracking a tooth. Your gums bleed anyway. You swallow pain with every bite. Then it's time to work, again, still, forever. Chores don't wait, they breed in the night. The woodpile is shrinking. The animals need tending. The roof leaks again. Someone has the fever. Someone else is limping. Someone else simply didn't wake up this morning. You mark their absence and move on. Because in early America, grief is a luxury you don't always have time to feel. Death is not rare, it's routine. A neighbour dies, and you nod. A child dies, and you sigh. A spouse dies, and you keep the stew warm. Mourning must be scheduled between chores. No time to weep if there's laundry. No time to sit if the cow's gone missing. You bury them quickly. Dig a shallow grave, if the ground isn't frozen. Say a short prayer. Cover them with dirt and move the rocks back into place. Sometimes there's a wooden marker. Sometimes not. The worms don't care either way. The earth takes everything. It always has. You do not expect to grow old, and the children you raise, if they live, will remember you as the parent who squinted into the sun and never smiled. You have no teeth for smiling, no breath for song. What little energy you have is spent keeping the walls up and the water from flooding the floor. If you're lucky, you don't die in winter. If you're unlucky, you die in winter, and no one can bury you until the ground thaws. Your body is stored in a shed, wrapped in cloth, visited by mice. When spring comes, someone will dig the hole and drop you in. Marriage brings no guarantee of longevity. A man might be killed in a logging accident. A woman might bleed out after childbirth. A child might waste away from a cough. Death doesn't discriminate. It doesn't announce itself. It arrives mid-meal, mid-sentence, mid-prayer. And when it does, you keep going. You don't have a choice. Because every day in early America is a rehearsal for the end. There are no doctors, not really, just neighbours with opinions. A fever is met with whiskey and prayer. A broken limb gets splintered with whatever's nearby. You might try herbal remedies, ground roots, poultices, teas that taste like compost. Sometimes they help, sometimes they don't. If you get sick, you're mostly on your own. People keep their distance, not out of cruelty but survival. One cough can clear a room. One fever can take down a household. You stay in bed, sweating, praying, watching the ceiling blur and warp with each hallucination. If you recover, you call it a miracle. If not, you don't get to call it anything. And yet, the days stretch on. Long, relentless. The sun arcs slowly overhead, marking the hours not with clocks, but with fatigue. You haul water, chop wood, scrub walls, mend tools, tend animals, weed gardens. If you stop, you fall behind. If you fall behind, you fail. And if you fail, you die. Or someone else does. There's no vacation, no retirement. You work until you break. And then you keep working, just slower. Your joints ache. Your hands curl into claws. Your eyesight fades. Your skin thickens like old leather. You become a figure at the edge of the room. Useful until you're not. In your spare time, you prepare for more work. You soak beans, patch roofs, stitch clothes, teach the youngest how to hold a shovel, how to sweep ash, how to carry water without spilling. There's no childhood here, just an apprenticeship to struggle. Sundays offer a kind of rest. If you count sitting stiffly on a wooden bench for 3 hours while a preacher tells you that everything hard about your life is your fault, that you were born sinful, that pain is holy, that suffering is good for the soul. You nod along because disagreeing is dangerous. Even joy is measured carefully. A wedding feast, if you can afford one. A song sung softly after supper. A baby's first steps, quickly followed by the realization that now they can wander into danger. You don't celebrate long. The world doesn't allow it. You measure time by seasons, by births, by burials. A good year is one where no one starves and only a few get sick. You mark the months not with calendars, but with tasks. Planting, harvesting, mending, surviving. Evenings come slowly. You sit by the fire, bones creaking, watching the shadows shift across the walls. There's no electricity, no distraction, just the weight of the day and the sound of your own breathing. Maybe a creak from the rafters. Maybe a cough from someone in the dark. You try not to wonder if that cough means anything. At night, the wind presses against the house like a test. You feel it in the gaps. The cold sneaks in, wraps around your legs. You pull your blanket tighter. You think about the day, about tomorrow, about how many tomorrows you might have left. And even in sleep, you're not free. You dream of fire, of flooding, of wolves, of losing everything, of starting over. You wake with your jaw clenched, your fists balled, your chest tight. You rise again, stumble, begin. Because this is what life is here. Not glory, not adventure, but attrition. A slow wearing down of flesh, spirit and bone. Every day is borrowed, every meal is earned, every mistake is punished. The land does not love you. The sky does not notice you. Time only moves forward, and it leaves nothing behind. So you keep going. Until one day, you don't. And when that day comes, someone else will wake up tired. Someone else will feed the fire. Someone else will dig a hole. And the world will keep spinning. Quietly. Indifferently. Because in early America, a short life is not a tragedy. It's the default setting. And if you live long enough to be called old, it's not a badge of honour. It's a curiosity. People nod at you like you've cheated something. But you haven't. You've just endured. Outlasted others. Buried more than your share. You don't tell stories. You don't give speeches. You keep to yourself. Watch the children work. And wait for the day when your name is spoken past tense. Because here, in the raw teeth of the world, life is a candle burned at both ends, blown out by weather, or luck, or a splinter that festered too long. There is no eulogy, no plaque, just silence, and then someone else picking up your tools. So next time you think about history, about how you might have fared, remember this: you wouldn't have lasted a day, but someone like you did, and that's why you're here. Because in early America, survival wasn't heroic. It was just what people did until they couldn't. And even then the chores still needed doing.